I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs blown. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Rock bottom make a man and some pressure make a gemstone. Trying to put $1 to my name like Creflo. Niger boy, late to the game, it's in the blood flow. And I'm from the south, it's thick skin and tough bone. Big attitude through big lips with gusto. Trust no kings, that's why they tried to crush souls. But it's IGBO, when the dust blow, this old head be standing there. No silver, just gold. Crack no books on the hustle, I was born to grind. Yo, scared of your potential, I'm adorned with mine. 30 times around the sun, man, of course I shine. My legacy will not dwarf with time. And in my daughter's eyes, it's basic, I must not say quit. Every day sees a present like a Rob St. Nick. Walk a fine line between tenacious and patient. I can't slip, I'm fighting clocks and they can't win.
I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror? Oh, oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Impeccably I flow, hardest raps you know, breaking status quo, reaping what I sow, artistry like Van Gogh. Get it from my mama hip, so thick that I need tempo. Personality spicy, body banging like a bongo. Cause black women been it since Timbuktu, since Pharaoh. Sponge rollers and hot combs, lips, cheeks and brow bones. If you ain't for the culture, then please stay out of my zone. These little dummy rappers could never grace my headphones. See, I'm from a place in space where ain't no storytelling, you just had to have been there. If you want the battle, ain't no problem, say where. I got so much experience, I can't even play fair. But I'ma keep evolving and growing and hurting feelings and showing. You need endurance to go in, I got mileage on this pen. I've been busy cause I've been out here schooling all these kids. Took 3 decades to have this glow up that I did.
I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror? Oh, oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. Turn all of my
checking shoes last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Alistair.
Chloe, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh! You wanna get sued?
Judgment, Alistair.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love it when he does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. It's so good to see all of you guys tonight. Thank you so much for being here. I see that Joe is ready with his judgment cap on tonight. We know what his public opinion is going to be. He said he's ready to victim blame like a boss in here. Oh Lord, here we go. Here we go. We got to watch him with that wrench. Good to see you guys. Thanks for making me laugh as always, Joe. I always get a good chuckle. And Mama, thanks so much for gifting Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives memberships, 2 of them. Thank you so much. And welcome to the Dragon Tribe, guys. Get your link for the Discord. Please check in with Chi just to make sure we're keeping it a safe environment. Everything's kosher and we know who you are. But you're welcome to chat in there and come talk with us. We're just very mellow in there. That's just the general members only chat, and it's a good time. I pop in there every now and then when I can, but I absolutely love it. I would spend a lot more time in there if I could. Little Miss Sharon, thank you so much for being here, and thank you for hitting the like button. And we have a good time just talking in there about everything. I want to make one that's going to be more centered on solving some of this madness, right? Getting some good information together, gathering information for purposes of figuring some of this stuff out, putting the puzzle pieces together. I'm very confident in my ability to think. I'm very confident in all of your abilities to think. And I think that when we are critical thinkers and we put our critical thinking caps on and, you know, um, turn it into a fact finding environment, I think that that helps tremendously. And thank you, Janice. You're the best. And thank you for being here. And I don't know what's up with the name changes, guys. Maybe we're being spied on. I have no idea. Tinfoil hat on. Hey, Gail, good to see you. And thank you so much for the green and blue hearts. And she says, hey, Lady Freedom Mods chat. We are Sebastian and Devlin's army. And, Gail, thank you so much for saying that. Devlin needs an army, and we are his army. And I have a lot of people that were also adding to that list of army members who's been truthful and who's been honest and who's been trying to help me find Devlin as well behind the scenes. A special shout out to those people, and they know who they are. And that's what it's about. It's about building a good network and a good team of people who are absolutely focused on trying to find Devlin, and that is it. Not the drama, not the BS. The dynamic matters, and that will always matter. But the main goal is finding Devlin. Cece, thank you so much for being number 4, and for all the blue and green hearts as well. Thank you so much. There was a post that was sent to me about Devlin Tate possibly being in Greenville, Michigan. And so I went ahead and sent the Dairy Queen, which was mentioned, a flyer of Devlin to show them that he's missing. And then I also called the hotel last night, and they, with all due respect, spoke very minimal English, and I was having a trouble with the language barrier, even spelling Devlin's name first and last. But she did put it into the computer, said they don't rent to anyone under 21. Also, that she has not, doesn't have anybody on the list, and whoever's in the room has to be added to the room. Right, not to the credit card information, but I don't know if any of you all have worked at hotels. I have. You write the information on the reservation, so that way everybody is accounted for in the room. That doesn't mean that he's not being snuck in there. Look, you look at the place, it's outdoor access, right? So people could walk right up into the room and, no one would be the wiser unless there was surveillance, right? But that's why it's important to get a flyer to these people. Although I searched and searched, couldn't find an email. She said there was no email to send it to them. So I'm hoping that whenever someone gets back to me, and if they don't, I will follow up at Dairy Queen. Then I will, tell them, could you please have somebody, take a walk across the street for us, right? Could you do one for the team? Hopefully they will do that. People are always willing to help. You just have to ask. Hey Indigo, good to see you, hon. Thanks for being here. Gail, I don't want to miss anybody, and I'm just grateful to have everyone in here. So welcome in, Kiki. So good to see you, Kiki. And we have, let's see, we have our friend Cheryl here. Thank you so much for being here. Detroit, I call her Detroit because I know your guys' names when they don't switch them over to this weird stuff. But once I get used to that, they're going to switch it back over. So thanks, Chi for the dragons. And Indigo says, sure does stand out. I can handle it now knowing what it's all about. Well, and we have a whole lot of updates to go over tonight in a lot of different cases. Rebecca Park, I my heart goes out to her and her baby, and I just feel so bad for that girl. I just my heart goes out. I read over the indictment. I suppose it would be quite a few pages. I just kind of skimmed over it, very gruesome details. And then another court document came in today because they were back in court, the sister and the mother. So Kimmy and Courtney. I will be laying in the bushes tonight. Aw, with the dog in the blanket. Yeah, aw, yes. I know, Cece, I'm the same way. When I have to get up, I get grumpy. No, when I have to get up early. I didn't get a whole lot of sleep yesterday because I was busy making the video for Sebastian. I wanted to get that up with both of the parents, saying their shout outs to Sebastian for his birthday. His 17th birthday was December 7th, and his parents came out and talked. Katie came out on the internet and hid herself, and then Seth was out in the community passing out flyers, which I'm so very proud of him. And you know, it's to be expected, but then again, when you see a parent working so hard to keep his son's name out there, even when it's got to be one of the toughest days for him, which is his son's 17th birthday, but he's missing, I can't I just can't say nothing but good things about Seth and, how he's willing to go out. This is our, investigation board for Sebastian Rogers, and I made this a long time ago, and I've had it up several times and kept it as a background. And it just kind of, shows the little bits and pieces, right? We have Katie, we have Chris up there with the circles around his arms because it did appear that he had some scratches and bite marks that were left on his arms. And then we have Sebastian. Sebastian's father is in the bottom um, right hand corner of your screen. Kelly Holcomb, so good to see you. Bo, good to see you. And thank God Christopher Proudfoot, put his foot in his mouth and kept it there because we didn't hear a peep out of him. Guys, I didn't even hear a peep. Hey, Retha Bell. So glad. Hey, Bo. Bo, thank you so much for joining tonight. And then Bo had sent me something also about our good friend Canine Jules. So definitely keep Jules in your prayers, guys, because Jules did have to go to the hospital because of an incident that happened. She's active duty in the Army, so she is recovering. But send her extra love and prayers, virtual hugs to our friend Jules. We love her so much. I was wondering why I didn't get a text back from her because she always texts me back. And I mean, we don't text right away because, of course, we're both busy. But yeah, because I wanted to share some things with her about Devlin, and then I found out why, and I'm like, well, that makes total sense, but that's horrible. Jilly, good to see you, Jilly. Hey, Jen, thank you so much for being here, Jen. Good to see you. I need to do your live on a replay. You look like you had a really good live earlier. I haven't had a chance to go over and watch it, but thank you so much for being here, Jen. And we got Lisa King in the house. Hey, Lisa, good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. Let's see. I got Joe, Brenda. Let's see. Good to see you, Brenda. Hey, Jeff. Good to see you, Jeff. And then we got also IML. Hey, IML. Good to see you. Sorry, guys, just going down the list so I can catch up. Andrea's in the house. Also got Andrea. I got to remember to click my button down. And then we also have Cinderella. Cinderella. Hey, Cinderella. Thank you for being here. I also got some emails, guys. I have to get back to some of the emails too. Thank you, Jeff, for putting in the stats for Devlin. My goodness, that just means the world to us. It's so important to get this good information out. And that's what I've been working with too, on getting good information from local sources as well. Because the thing is that I think everybody should have their own perspective shared if they would like it to be. And I would love to be that. Platform for them to do it, and so we've done that. We've had Matt in here in the chat openly. He was allowed to talk. We let Tamara come in. She has not wanted to come up on a panel, and I don't know if she will in the future, but as of yet, she's just been in the chat and that sort of thing. We've had Jessica on the panel. Everybody has been able to weigh in on Devlin, and there were certain things that I was kind of waiting for, listening for, observing because of the other cases, of course, but then also just to listen for consistencies, inconsistencies around, across the board. And just trying to key into what could have happened to him, maybe something that we're missing, obviously something that we're missing because he's still missing. Women's Warrior, so good to see you. Thank you for hitting the like button. So that's what I'm working on now, guys, is the local perspective. Sharon Marlowe, so good to see you. And as I'm getting closer and closer, I'm going to be keeping resources closer to me as well. And just know that I will always have receipts. What I want to do is do a documentary on Devlin, and I want to get it out. um I want to do one without any music in the background, and then I will do one with music. But it's going to take a little while, but I really want to get it out as soon as I can, in order for other people to have this information in one spot where they can look at it and see it, and it will be all verified information thus far. Because when I got into Devlin's case, I was going in the wrong direction. And I quickly realized it and I changed my course. And I will always do that to follow the facts. Receipts are very important to me. Also, getting the facts are very important to me, because if we are operating off of facts that are not true, then we are going to be operating in the wrong direction, and that's waste of time for everyone. Doesn't help find Devlin. Astrology for Mystics with Jen says, love y'all. Thank you so much for being here for Lady Freedom. Thank you so much, Jen, for being here. I appreciate you a lot. Rebecca's case gets worse and worse every day, doesn't it, Kiki? It's very sad. It is so sad. And guys, all I have to say is I think it's a lot to do with math. And I'm not talking about arithmetic, but the arithmetic takes me to the math, right? In this situation, in terms of doing drugs and things like that. There's a lot of that there. There is also family dynamics that involve sex crimes. And so, I mean, it's just a lot of different family members are involved in that lifestyle. And I don't even like to call it a lifestyle. I think it's sick and criminal, but I mean, I guess that's what the best way I can put it. Seth will always talk about his baby. Oh my gosh, Jen. Yes, he's broken, and that's a fact. I know. And um I can't imagine, I can't, and I wouldn't want to imagine being in that situation across the board. But for Seth, to go out there and be his son's voice, that to me is just what every single kid needs. And I think of Summer Wells, and I think she doesn't have that. And I look at Chris and Katie, and if it was up to them, it would be what we're about to see. And I did shave it down quite a bit, sugarcoating it, because the fact of the matter is that Duchess had Katie on the panel, who was the last one with her son, and she asked no hard questions whatsoever. She asked no questions that could get us closer to finding Sebastian. And as a matter of fact, it was so scripted. It was exactly what they've told. I mean, it's exactly what Katie has said every single time, but she can't quite get it right. It's just like the original story. So again, it's very scripted. I don't believe a word of it, and I'm not going to. It's just but I did want to put it together because I wanted you all to be able to see it side by side. Side by side. How Seth was fighting and talking about his baby, his son. I will say I was very grateful to get the other pictures as well, which was very good. So that's what I focused on, was getting the pictures off of the live, screenshotting them while they were talking, because I wanted to put together a more special video, and that's just for everyone, and that's why I put the song in, and did all of that. So thank you for your blessings, Sharon Marlowe, and blessings sent to you as well. We also have another person on our prayer list as well tonight, guys. And I just want to shout out Devlin's grandma. And this is Tina. She's been on she's been on our show before, and you know, she is just a very sweet person. She's not 100% sure if Devlin is her biological grandson or not, but what she does know is that Devlin, you know, did reach out to her, was having conversations with her, and she cares a whole lot about him. And, you know, she just wants him to be found. You know, she's going to be one of the main people that I'm going to be leaning on to reach out to these different resources, email the flyers out, things of that nature. But unfortunately, her mother was in the hospital. And she let me know that yesterday, and I checked on her today, and now they've released her mom, but she did have a mini stroke. So it's pretty serious. And you know, I just want to shout her out and send prayers her way. She's got a lot going on her plate, and she's just always a very pleasant, sweet person. She's a good person, and I like Tina a lot. And I just wanted to shout her out too, because you know, one thing about Tina is she said, "I don't know if Devlin's my grandson or not, but I'm his grandma," and she just cares a great deal, and she just wants him to be found, and she's been a very good support in other ways as well. Um, did Dairy Queen say if anyone else to inquire about Devlin? No, you know, they haven't. What I did is I emailed them, Brenda, so I filled out a form and you know, put all my information in there like I was buying a freaking Dairy Queen cake, which those are amazing, by the way. But no, all they did was take that, and they haven't emailed me back. And but there was a part where I could upload the flyer. So, but I will try to call them tomorrow. If I don't get any, you know, feedback, um, I will do a follow-up. I'm surprised that nobody does, but you know what's really what really stinks? And I know we've seen this in Sebastian's case as well. You know, somebody has a sighting, and instead of calling law enforcement, um, the Greenville PD, Ionia County Sheriff's Office, take your pick. I mean, Greenville could get there faster and go to the hotel and check it out. Ionia County has jurisdiction. I don't know. I'm not the police, but I do know that there's numbers on these flyers for a reason, and people still decide to come on the internet and drop these in the chat or drop them on the Facebook pages, and it's wild. I'm like, why are you not telling the police? If you tell the police and the police didn't do anything, then maybe you should make it, you know, maybe that's a good way to get the word out. Of course, I see that, but call the numbers on the flyers, please. Don't wait, you know, and that's one thing, you know, I'm a very diplomatic person when it comes to certain things. And I will say that, you know, I know that was mentioned on Duchess as well, you know, but it's also been a theme in Sebastian's case. If you thank you, Bo. If you see something, say something, do something. That's why I added the do something, right? And that's for Sebastian, because there is no try, there's only do. Sebastian knows that, right? You refuse to quit. Gail, the new interview with Seth. Have you seen that yet? Yes. I put it in here. I did. I put the interviews in here with Seth, or, you know, there's a new anchor in town. Well, he says that he's talked with Seth before, and he probably has, but I haven't seen him. Wasn't familiar, was a young guy. And yeah, so thank you, Lisa, for the prayers for our friend Jules. Jules is such a great person. She works really, really hard, guys. And Gator, thank you for. I'm sorry I did mention Gator. Poor Gator. He's like, hey, I was in the line of duty as well, right? Have to be in Nashville by 10 a.m., meaning have to leave by 8. No pressure. Love you. Thank you so much for being here tonight. Oh, I know, Jen. Oh my goodness. I hope you have a good day. I didn't know you had to leave by 8. Goodness sakes, that's early. It's horrible. No, I'm just kidding. You guys all have to get up early tomorrow? What's up with that? It's night court. Um, Hindsight put a short out. Yeah, see, and I haven't had a chance to check anybody's stuff yet because I do want to, add in all the posts and stuff that I didn't get to add the first time. But I think I have a creative way of doing that. In the upcoming video because I have 2 videos that I'm doing on this interview. The first one I've dropped that video. The second one we're going to go over Duchess's timeline that she pulled in from the news because it does look like, someone worked hard to get those posts in, and I also wanted to go over it myself and, go over it with a fine-tooth comb with you all so that way we can see it. But, what I find to be very interesting is Katie is very quiet while they're going over these news timeline. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, etc. And that they clipped from the news articles. Excuse me. Katie says not a word. Nary a word comes from Katie's mouth when it really counts. And that's a space that's been provided for her. That's why I say the saga continues with the polished turds, right? Because again, I'm always going to give credit where credit's due, even when it pisses people off. So, you do good, I'm going to say it. You do bad, I'm going to say it. Right? And I hold myself to the same standard. Andrea always praying for the children to come home. Summer, Sebastian, Devlin, Jack and Lily, all the children. Thank you, Andrea. That's right. And I think that it's so important for us all to remember that they're all out there still, right? I mean, they do find children, especially I'm surprised with Jack and Lily being so little that they hadn't found them yet. But then again, I can say the same thing about Sebastian Rogers. I mean, he's gotten a lot of coverage, his case has absolutely gone viral. He's been on America's Most Wanted. He has been everywhere. Yet we still don't know where he is, Thank you, Jen, so much, so very much for putting up Devlin's stats. April 21st, 2025, right? He's been missing for 7 months. 7 months is way too long, So thank you for dropping the link for Hindsight, Little Miss Sharon. Thank you. Thanks, Jeff. A little bit of holiday cheer. Aw, thank you. Guys, it's been a really great month, and I'm gonna also is it a lifestyle, honey? I know it is that life, right? Living that dirt life. Like, no, I'm just kidding. So it's living that dirt life. Good to see you, Little Red. But yeah, it's not appealing. I mean, you see where you got, these meth or I should say math on here probably so nobody gets mad. You know, houses don't build themselves. That's where math comes in. Multiple ways. I mean, that it is big in the construction realm, I should say. Hey Laura, good to see you. Thank you for being here. You're watching me on the big screen, huh? So you might even be able to see Chris's scars on his right there on his arms that are circled. And that was a great catch. And that was done by our friend who has such a keen sense of detail. And, Mandy, her channel too, please drop her link in the chat because she's great. I mean, she really has paid attention to detail in a lot of different cases and found a lot of very recognizable signs that there's guilt, right? And then also, she spotted Terry Bowersox following Bullhorn Betty around. So, hey Claudia. Yeah, I'm on team Sebastian, and I'll tell you, Seth is on team Sebastian. We all are. And, I think that's one thing that is important to stay but I stand with Seth. I do. I stand with what he's doing. I cannot stand with Katie and what she's doing, right? hiding behind an avatar on a platform where she has asked nothing about where Sebastian is. She was the last one with him. If she was being genuine, Katie would get up there and she would say, I just don't know what could have happened here. I just don't know where my son is. I honestly can't even figure out how he could have slipped away from me under my nose. There's no guilt. There's no regret. There's just Princess Katie, and I'm gonna raise money for all these 401(c)s, da da da, or 501(c) non-for-profit organizations in honor of Sebastian. And I'm also going to start advocating for other missing kids, and you'll hear it. Because that's what Sebastian would want. Really, Sebastian would want you to forget about him and worry about other kids? I don't think so. No, ma'am. Almost 2 years, and Katie still can't find the words on how she feels about Sebastian still missing. Amen, Brenda. That's it, right? You hear Seth finding the words to put it so very eloquently and so well and just relatable, genuine parent to parent. And then you see Katie, I just don't have any words. It's the same shit over and over. The same shit, different day. Little Miss Sharon, justice for Sebastian and Seth. Amen. And Seth does need justice at this point. Somebody steals your kid from you for 2 years. Because we know Sebastian didn't walk off. Come on. Justice. It needs to be served. Absolutely. Thank you, Little Miss Sharon. And thank you for the green hearts as well. Women's Warrior says, I'm glad you were going to do a documentary for Devlin because I am working on my channel and want to cover him and Sebastian, Jack, and Lily's disappearance awareness. Yeah, absolutely. Please do. Women's Warrior. Any creators out there that ever want to use my content, I try to do that where I post it without music and with music. But always know that if you needed to get that from me, I could get it to you without the music in it. It might take me a little bit of time, but honestly, I think music brings a lot to the table when it comes to painting a picture. So thank you, Gail, for praying for Tina. She's just going through a lot, and her mom. So there will be Indigo. There's active searches going on right now for Devlin Tate. Active, ongoing. The investigation is active and ongoing. So that is, when God closes one door, he opens another. And then also, it's always going to be in his own timing and how things are supposed to go. And so, sometimes one thing will fall through and the other thing will come, up to rise up to be there instead, if that makes sense. So, but yes, absolutely no, Indigo, that I personally will follow up on these leads for Devlin, especially if no one else is going to. But I also know that there are other people that are willing to do the same thing and have been. There's people out there that are actually taking his case seriously and not trying to make money off of him. Thank God for that. Thank God for that. Uh-oh, do we have a troll? Just take a screenshot and then slice them and send it to me on the Discord. Slice them. Oh gosh. I just think of that little fencer because I put that with the troll every time. Oh, I'm glad to hear that your guinea pigs are getting better, Joe. That's good. Oh, you guys might be in the top chat. Yeah, absolutely, Little Red. I will, definitely. Hey, Shadow, good to see you. Thanks for being here, Claudia. Let's see, who else do we have? And thanks, guys. I'm sorry, I'm trying to get through our list here, but I'm a little bit backed up because I wanted to give you guys these updates as I was thinking about them because I didn't want to miss anything. It's all been happening. Everything's been happening. Hey, Krista. She was involved in the line of duty. And I don't want to say too much, but there's a Facebook post. But yes, that she was working, and there was some sort of an altercation, and her and Gator got injured. Um, so we got to send her our virtual love, because we can't go visit her. Because I'd go visit her if I could. Um, but yeah, so she is recuperating though. She's tough, guys. Jules is, she's a tough woman. Let me tell you what. I could never do what she does. So glad to hear about Devlin's searches. Yes, Brenda, I am so excited. I felt like a weight was lifted off of me, to a certain extent. That's how excited I am. So thank you so much. Hey, Miss Anne, good to see you. Just be here in the bushes. I'm glad to have you here always. Thank you for being here. And Hall Monitor, good to see you. Hey, I'm typically a Bush listener. I'm a fellow Jules moderator. Like Lady, actually know her family. Gator was released yesterday, and Jules is still in the hospital as of this afternoon. Thank you, Hall Monitor, for being here. I love your avatar too. That is great. You look like you're like you're ready to pounce because you got some stuff on that clipboard. Thank you so much for the update. I just knew something was off because, like I said, she did not text me back. Excuse me, yeah, and she always texts, especially, um, just about the cases, we go back and forth. She and Gator were injured in a fight with a sovereign citizen. Oh, Lord. My goodness, it's such a dangerous job that she does. Yes, thank you, Bo. Thank you. Please let me know how she does, and poor Gator also. Thank you for letting us know. Absolutely. You're the principal hall monitor. I love it. We love that around here. It's like we got to keep a tight ship running, otherwise things go south, like Mr. Broadfoot likes to say. All right, so let's get right into it, guys. Since we're all set, we're all well, I'm caught up. I'll just say that with greeting everybody and going over your comments. Angela, thank you so much for being here, sending prayers. Thank you so much. Um, that's funny. Oh, are you about to fall asleep on me, Women's Warrior? I'm gonna wake you up. Hey, I don't know though, because we're not gonna hear Chris. So usually that gets the pot stirred. This is a little bit more mild and heartfelt. From Seth, and then also with Katie. It's just oof. She doesn't have her phone, from what her mom said on Facebook. Right? Yes, I know. A concussion was one of the potential injuries, so I can't imagine she really took her phone. Oh my goodness. Yeah, she needs her rest. Oh, thank you, Hall Monitor. Oh, our poor Jules. Oh my goodness. Those sovereign citizens seem like a big pain in the ass. Right? As my dad says. Yeah, no kidding, IML. Oh god, I'm sure they were combative, and I don't know. You Goodness sakes. They're just Joe. Joe couldn't wait. He's like, "Yes." I love it. Okay, Angela says, "As for the interview, I'm just not buying KP is selling." No, Angela, me neither. And I don't think many people do, especially, those that, can see it from a genuine standpoint, you know. So, yeah, absolutely. Well, and we're dealing with such the weather issues and stuff, hall monitor as well. So that's a big one in Devlin's case, that we are going to have to also just pray and keep it leave it up to the good Lord above, because that's with the weather. And we want everybody to be safe and um, you know successful. So I know things with Southport Port Jules and Gator. I know. Um, it's just such a dangerous job. It really is. And then when you have a combative, and I hate to take a guess, I don't know if it was a lady or a guy, but ugh, terrible. All right, guys. So this is just going to be like the musical part of it. I put it in the beginning, and I'll probably be running this too. And then, maybe adding some Christmas decorations to this. But this is just going to be an intro that we're going to be playing for Sebastian and for Seth, and anybody who cares about Sebastian knows and loves him. So here's Sebastian's tribute.
No conditions, no exceptions, just redemption, endless blessings, no frustration, no hesitation, just forgiveness for his children. No conditions, no exceptions, just redemption, endless blessings, no frustration, no hesitation, just forgiveness for his children. And shatter my excuses, Lord, I wanna do this. Time to stop putting limits on your promises. Broken but beloved, wounded but unwanted. Nothing in this world can change your view of me. No conditions, no exceptions, just redemption, endless blessings, no frustration, no hesitation, just forgiveness for his children. So shatter my excuses, Lord, I wanna do this. Time to stop putting limits on your promises. Broken but beloved, wounded but unwanted. Nothing in this world can change your view of me. Lord, I'll come, no more fear, I'm drawing near. Lord, I'll come, no more doubt, I want you now. Lord, I'll come, no more fear, I'm drawing near. Lord, I'll come, no more doubt, I want you now. So shatter my excuses, Lord, I wanna do this. Time to stop putting limits on your promises. Broken but beloved, wounded but unwanted. Nothing in this world can change your view of me. Shatter my excuses, Lord, I wanna do this. Time to stop putting limits on your promises. Broken but beloved, wounded but unwanted. Nothing in this world can Nothing in this world can change your view of me. Nothing in this world can change your view of me.
Listen, paying $14.99 a month for a streaming app and $9.99 a month for a music app and
Sebastian Rogers' 17th birthday, and it's nearly been 2 years since he went missing from his mother's home in Hendersonville. And I think that most people who are on here know the case we're talking about here. Sebastian went missing back in late February from Hendersonville, and through an exhaustive weeks-long search, authorities didn't turn up any sign of him. Since Sebastian's disappearance, one of his biggest advocates has been his father, Seth Rogers. And I spoke with Seth today at an event that was held in honor of Sebastian. The Culvers in Clarksville and Hendersonville were handing out flyers. The one in Clarksville actually handed out free malts. That was Sebastian's favorite drink. Extra malt was what they said was his favorite drink. Sebastian has been missing for nearly 2 years, and his father, Seth, has been leading the charge in the search for his missing son. And we have all seen the countless leads that investigators have likely come across, countless photos circulating online of people who could be Sebastian or who may have been Sebastian. All those leads have turned up nothing. And Seth has even done a lot of searching of his own. He tells me he's put over 36,000 miles on his truck, traveling to states like Ohio, Virginia, Mississippi, and a handful of others with any lead that is sent to him that could be credible, that could lead him to the finding of his son. Every time that I talk to Seth Rogers, we always end our interviews with the same thing. And it's a message to his son saying that his phone number is still the same. And if Sebastian sees this, to call his dad. His dad is willing to drive wherever it may be. He even said today, he'd rent a boat if that's what it took to find his son and to go pick him up safely. Seth has really only asked for two things from the community: to keep their eyes open and to circulate flyers like this one, showing Sebastian's picture, that maybe someone that sees it could have seen him or knows where he could be. And with that said, if you have any information about Sebastian's whereabouts or any information regarding his missing persons case, you're asked to call the TBI, the FBI, the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, somebody who can get you in contact with the authorities. The current FBI reward for information leading to Sebastian's whereabouts is currently at $50,000. And Seth's just asking for the community's help in bringing his son home safely.
If you are seeing this, Sebastian, phone number is still the same. Call me. I will come and pick you up. I don't care where you're at. If I got to get a boat, I'll come pick you up, son. I'm looking for you, and I won't stop until I find you. I love you, boy, and I will always love you.
Welcome, Katie and Chris, if you're there. How are you?
Okay, I guess. I don't have a word to truly say how I feel today. It's been rough. But I did want to come up, and I wanted to say thank you so much for what you're doing and for the advocacy. And I truly appreciate you helping in spreading the awareness and helping to keep Sebastian's name out there, and especially without all of the drama and whatnot.
You're absolutely welcome. It's my pleasure to help in any way that I can.
Thank you.
When you see these pictures of Sebastian, knowing that today is his 17th birthday, is there anything that you want to share about Sebastian today?
I've been blubberballing all day looking at him. I shared some more pictures just to kind of give a little more perspective to Sebastian throughout the years. I know there's been limited pictures that we've put out, and
I know some of these pictures when he is little, he is so precious as a baby.
He was just the most adorable toddler, and pretty cute as a teenager too. But every single one of these pictures I remember taking. That flower vase that you just showed, that was a Mother's Day gift that he made for me that year.
Let me find it again. Hang on. Let's see.
It
I
really
still have it.
The different pictures that you're showing too really show how fast his hair lightens up.
Oh yeah.
Okay, guys, so there's Sebastian. He looks so cute. He looks like he was so happy to give that to his mom. That's a vase that I guess he made for Katie. looks like you did a great job on it. I put a filter over a lot of the video, just because I needed to transform it enough, to make it different. And of course, that's kind of hard with a podcast. But nevertheless, that's why it's kind of a black and white photo here. But then there's other ones. This is actually a green filter that I put on there. But the other ones we've seen in color. So just so you guys know, that. And, Katie with her blubber ballin' comment reminded me of when she was talking to Queen Bee, and she was talking about free balling. And, I don't know why she likes to, maybe that's her personality coming through. I don't know why Katie likes to act so off-putting. I've been blubber balling looking at him all day. And in this interview, she is a full Southern belle again, just so you guys know. So if you guys hear me, doing probably a bad country accent, I'm in no way trying to be rude to people who have accents, but it's just funny to me because it's not genuine, and that's why I make fun of it. If it was genuine, I would never do that, for one. But also it's just it's so ridiculous, right? I've been blubber balling all day looking at them. Well, did you look at your son? Because it almost seems like Katie is so completely shut off and distances herself so far from Sebastian, right? Instead of saying, today was so hard looking at all of these photos going back, right? Looking at Sebastian as he was growing up, where is he? Katie never asks, where is he? Because Katie knows where he is, in my opinion. I know. I'm sorry. And I know, Kiki, I didn't get to this as fast as other people. But I also have to take the time to process these things. I don't just, I don't know. I could have done the clips and stuff. And thank you to everyone who sent me the clips of Katie doing the past tense. But I noticed something different in this interview. And I noticed that Katie was working really hard not to do that. So there were a couple times where she did speak about Sebastian in the past tense, and it was off-putting because it wasn't appropriate. But there were also times that Katie goes through this long spiel of talking about Sebastian in the present when she's recalling memories. And so, in my opinion, that's her not understanding, right, how to get one over on us. And so it just comes off as stupid. In my opinion, I don't like to call people stupid, but don't insult my intelligence, and I won't call you stupid.
In the sun. And hi, Katie. Sending you a hug today.
His hair definitely looks different depending on the lighting and the time of year, honestly, depending on how much time he's been out in the sun and whatnot. It definitely it can look brown as brown can be 1 minute, and then in different lighting the blonde really comes through, which is why I like to share some of the more diverse pictures, because it helps with the perspective. If you see him, depending on the lighting and how it's cut, really does make it look a little different.
I like this picture.
The picture with Christopher and I and Sebastian, that was, if I'm not mistaken, we were going into the haunted house.
Okay, guys, so I want to stop right here, and I'm going to be continuously talking about this topic throughout the night. But I want you to notice how there are certain times, right, where it looks like Chris and Katie had a very good life together. This is called narcissistic love bombing. This is called being put on a pedestal. And let me tell you, when that pedestal's ripped out from underneath you, it is a very, very tough fall. And it is full of lies, manipulation. When the mask finally drops on a narcissist, it can be the most devastating thing. And it can be devastating to have a coworker treat you this way, a family member treat you this way, but also a romantic partner who treats you this way, and it can absolutely devastate, and it's a total mind fuck. It is night court. It's after midnight where I'm at. It's a mind fuck, and that's all it is. And it can really do a number on a person, especially when it's prolonged, right? And Nina describes this, Holly, thank you. Nina describes the love bombing phase, right? I mean, and Nina's like this gorgeous woman, but then when you look at Katie in these pictures, she looks vibrant, she's glowing, she looks happy, you know, and it is very sad. And thank you to my tender-hearted folks out there, my compassionate folks, the empaths out there that can look at these photos and take yourself away from the true crime, take yourself away from everything, and really see this for what it is, worth, and what it is here. This is a lot of this stuff was in California. We hear Katie say, we used to, right? Well, what happened to doing all of that? We heard that, you know, Sebastian had never gone and stayed with Mr. Chris and his mom, right, while Mr. Chris was on the road. He was only 3.5 hours away, and on a weekend, you know, the Yogi Bear campgrounds can be really fun for kids. If Sebastian loved to go fishing, that would have been a great time for them to have more family interactions. And we see this being done in the beginning, right? Even up until a certain point, because right here, Sebastian looks like he's probably, about 12, maybe 13. I'm going to go with maybe closer to 12. And I could be wrong. I can't pinpoint this photo, but I want you guys to look at these memories. Also, as I said, I put a filter on this. This is a green filter. So everything that's green is going to show and everything else is going to be black and white. So I don't know when this, he was love bombing Katie to the max. That's why she's glowing. Look at how happy she is. Look at how proud she is to be with her two guys, right? She loves her son, Sebastian. She loves Chris a great deal, and she's excited and happy to be with them and happy to be showing them off, so to speak, and, you know, out as a family completely. No doubt about it, right? And so when we talk about and see these dynamics at play, just remember that this is exactly why it's so difficult to leave. This is why it is so hard, because you always want to go back to when times were this good. When times were this good, right? So without further ado.
They have a real large haunted house. And we took him, and he was just so excited because he's like, I'm not going to be scared at all.
The genuine smile on his face.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
I don't know, you guys, again, and I didn't mean to pop in so quick, but, you know, Katie mocks Sebastian every single time she talks about him.
And it really
I love this one too, with the planets.
Yeah.
Tell me about this picture.
So that was back when we were in California. That was his bedroom. And they were learning about the planets, and he was excited about it. And I found this kit, and each one of those planets we painted. And then we put them up in his room, the solar system. And I found that the glow stars and moons and whatnot. And so at night, he would make sure his light was on, and at bedtime he would turn it off, and he would just have the whole solar system up there. And on his wall back there, his helper award that he got at school, he was so proud of that. We still have it hanging. It was a huge motivator for him.
That is wonderful. I love those planets. When I saw that, I was like, because I love space, and when I saw that, I was like, Sebastian and I have a lot in common.
He's gone through a lot of phases over the years.
I can imagine.
Oh my gosh, that's a good one right there.
Yes, it is.
That's a really good. His grin is so distinct.
You mean distinctive? Yeah, and show yours. You know, I love how they mock Sebastian. I love how they make fun of his grin. That's called his smile. And it's probably one of the best smiles I've ever seen. So, again, I just wanted to go back really quick, guys. So let me mute this really quick and just go right back here. This is the one thing that I want to point out to everyone, and this is something that should have been pointed out from the beginning. I did make a flyer and pointed it out. Whenever Sebastian is super excited, he does this with his knee. He puts his knee outward, right? And then he loves to give the thumbs up. But when he's super excited, this is like his stance, right? That's Sebastian's mannerisms. It's very important to note these things, especially if we're looking for Sebastian still, because this is something that he's been doing for a very long time. And this happens when he is very excited, right? And very happy about something, or he's posing for a picture, and we've seen him do that as well. So I think this is something that, was missed in the beginning, but I do want to keep pointing it out. Just speaks to Sebastian's mannerisms. Whoops.
It is.
That's a really good. His grin is so distinct.
Oh, that was the first day of school.
I love this picture too, with his glove on.
He was, for a little while there, he was really into baseball. We would get tickets to go see the Padres play fairly regularly. And we would go, and he got so into it that he became a hardcore Padres fan for a little while. And so we got him a glove, and we used to, out in the backyard, we'd throw the ball, and he was actually pretty good swinging with the bat. He was pretty good at it. And a lot of fun going out there. He got to meet the entire team more than once.
Oh, that's really cool. Tell me about this picture. I've got to know. When I saw it, I was like, hold on, what do we have going on here?
So
with this corn.
We have a
all right, guys. So she's about to tell the corn story, right? And to me, my first impression when I saw this was like, okay, it looks like they're, taking a selfie or whatever. It looks like they're at the fair, which it turns out they are. But to me, I just looked at that nasty old corn cob of Crispies over there touching Sebastian's fresh corn, and it just really made me cringe. So, to me, it looks like we got Crispy Stepfoot with his slobbery corn cob on Sebastian's fresh corn. Okay. And people can be mad at me about that all day. I'm just pointing it out. It's the obvious. I mean, look at that. He devoured that shit, and then he's putting it on Sebastian's fresh corn. Poor Sebastian. I wouldn't want anybody's slobber. I don't care who you are. I don't want your slobber corn on my corn. All right. I love corn, Shadow. I'm serious about my corn. You're not going to take my freshly dipped buttered corn and put your nasty old corn on top of my corn. Okay. It's a major issue. Here we go.
Tradition where every year we go to the state fair because all of us love the grilled corn. It's just not the same anywhere else, even at home. And so every year we go to the state fair and we get our grilled corn.
It's because they dip that puppy in butter.
And the two of them.
All right. So it looks to me like Crispy polished off his piece of corn there, and it's nothing but an old slobber piece of corn cob. Nothing left. Look.
We're sword fighting with their corn.
See, that was where I was going. I was like, what is happening here? I was like,
okay, let me help you out a little bit, Duchess. Crispy had his bald corn cob on Sebastian's fresh corn. This is not difficult. Okay, I look at that picture, I know exactly what it is. Slobber corn on top of fresh corn. You have corns. Joe has corns. Thanks, Joe. Not quite the same, but he might as well, Yeah, don't be touching my corn, Andrea. Right? My Lord, help us all. Plus, poor Sebastian, he's awesome, right? He just has a great demeanor, so he's smiling away. Poor kid. I'm like, get off my corn there, Crispy. IML. Oh my goodness. So yeah, that's what that is. That's exactly what that is. I've done my research, folks. I've examined this picture for about 2 seconds. I'm just kidding. Um, it's always about food with Katie. I know. I mean, it's very odd. And then also Sebastian didn't even take a bite of his yet. Crispy's already got his gone. Katie's nibbled hers down to a nub. Oh my goodness, bald corn. Just a bald corn cob there, Don't have with my corn. IML, this is a serious issue. Sword fighting. Joe, I thought about that as well. You know, yeah, I did. Google it, y'all. Hey, Angela. Google it, y'all. Chuchi and Gail. Oh goodness. It's true, right? It's funny, but it's funny, but it's not. It's like, don't touch my corn, Don't touch people with corn on their toes either. As Joe reminded us, there's different types of corn. So here we go.
Like, is this
They were standing there in the middle of the walkway.
sword fighting?
With the corn.
Kids will be kids, won't they?
The big one and the little one in that picture.
Right.
Right. So this is one thing I want to continue on with also, guys, just to kind of reiterate. Katie realizes that her husband is a huge man child, right? I mean, granted, some of us never grow up, but Chris is absolutely, a huge child. And so Katie, just as a reminder to everyone, had 2 children instead of 1, in my opinion. He's got space. Sam, so good to see you. She says Chris has space issues. He was all up in Sebastian's bubble. I know. And then he put that onto Sebastian. That's projection, right? Like right off the bat. Thanks, Sam. Exactly. Yeah, stick my finished corn somewhere. Oh my goodness. I mean, what is he doing walking around with his corn cob? He's just sucking still on the corn cob, or what's up? It's gone, buddy. Throw it in the trash can. Don't stick it on someone's fresh corn.
Exactly.
We
Now
got
this-
him that the unlimited ride bracelet, and he was more interested in getting his corn than he was riding the rides.
Oh my goodness. Well, that must be some good corn then, for sure. Now this looks like a scary picture right here, and Sebastian has got his lip out. Tell me more about this one.
That's the same night as the other picture. That's we were waiting in line to get in, and they had different characters running around and scaring people. And he scared Sebastian because he was so determined that he wasn't going to be scared. And we were standing there talking, and we saw him coming up, and he tapped Sebastian. Sebastian turned around and jumped.
I'm sure.
I was like, I gotta get a picture of this. And he stuck his lip out. He's pouting.
Oh my goodness. I would have been, I don't know, beside myself. Tell me about this picture right here with the Grinch.
So that is a event that they do here. It's a charity event where they bring in all these buses and they decorate them, and you get to go through and look at the buses and the decorations, and it's a charity event for the children locally, and we go every year and we support. And Sebastian saw this Grinch and he loved it so much. He's like, I want to get a picture with him. I've got probably 100 pictures from that night because he was just posing with everybody.
I love that so much. And this must be an Halloween costume, or was this just a regular dress up?
The Transformer, no, that was Halloween. Oh no, sorry, the Naruto, that was Halloween as well. He as soon as he puts on his costume, he gets into character.
I have no doubt. I have no doubt about that.
I got a bunch of pictures because he was just sitting there doing all his little moves, and he was doing his little dabby thing. And He was running like Naruto with his hands where they put them down like behind him, and they just take off running real fast. And that was what he wanted to be. So that year he was Naruto. I think him and his daddy were watching a lot of those anime cartoons and whatnot.
Okay. I love it. Now tell me about this one, because this is another favorite of mine. I love that picture. His face is so, he looks so happy in this picture. Tell me about it.
If I'm not mistaken, that's another Halloween. I don't know. It's just goofing off.
Was Halloween the favorite? Was that the one that was like got the most joy, was dressing up and stuff?
It's definitely one of his favorite holidays. I think he enjoys the things that we go out and do, like the haunted rides and the haunted houses and whatnot. But I think more than anything, he likes it because he gets a whole bunch of candy.
One thing about these photos, though, that you're sharing, Katie, is it really shows that.
Okay, really quick. Yeah, I mean, the thing is that that's why everybody likes Halloween, is because of the candy. What other reason? I mean, yeah, we like to dress up and everything, but when you're a kid, you love the candy. That's what it's all about. You want to see how much candy you can get. The more, the better, right? You go out with a huge pillowcase and you try to get as much candy as you possibly can, right? So yeah, Katie doesn't really always make the connection that Sebastian's just like a regular kid. It's weird to me.
His ability to adapt in crowds, different situations, around a lot of people. So that's a really good thing to know.
Right. That's a really good thing to know. Right. But then again, don't hold Katie's feet to the fire about it at all, because, she's the one that gave us all of the information to begin with. Sure, Seth was giving us information, but the more information, that we gathered from Seth was contradicting what Katie was saying, like the fact that Sebastian would never go out without any shoes on, right? So as a parent, as a father of a missing child, and you don't know where he is, that's going to be odd to you, and that's going to stick with you. And besides that, Seth was actually out there trying to find his son, not with his windows rolled up, Katie.
You guys had been out like sporting events, loud things, if he was interested in it, it seems like he did really well and enjoyed himself.
Yes. Yeah. So Sebastian was sensitive, or is sensitive to like sudden loud noises bother him, or loud noises bother.
Okay, guys. So right here is where Katie inappropriately uses the past tense with Sebastian, right? So she says, yeah, Sebastian was, right, sensitive to noises, but that is inappropriate, right? Because she's not recalling a memory, she's recalling Sebastian. So if she thought Sebastian was alive somewhere out there, she would say Sebastian is very sensitive to sounds, so much so that we have a special set of headphones, noise canceling ones, for him to wear when he is in a situation like that. That is very common for children on the spectrum, or people that have sensory issues and have sensory overload. And so here is where she uses that in an inappropriate way. And we're going to watch further and see that now, because she made this big mistake here, she is going to go on to start using Sebastian in the present, even when she's speaking of past tense memories.
For him. But if it's something that he's enjoying or having fun with, he tends to cope a little bit better with it.
Yeah.
And it also depends on the day. He does have some days where it's more prominent or more bothersome, and other days where he can crank the radio up. One day he'll reach over while I'm driving and turn the radio up real loud if he likes the song, and other days he's like, "Mom, can you turn it down? It's too loud." But I think it just depends more so on how he was feeling and what kind of noise it was as well. Like fireworks, we always gave him the sound headphones. We have he has a set of headphones like you would wear at the gun range where they're the soundproofing. And so because he hated fireworks, but we found out he actually loved the fireworks, he just hated the noise. And once we got him these his own headphones that he could put on, and we controlled that sound effect on it, then it turned out he loved it. And he was out there just having a great old time, because we always do kids fireworks that they can partake in, and then we have like the real big ones.
It's just one more a good reminder of how much, you know, adapting and the ability of finding joy, you know, even in all of this. And this just, you know, if he's out there, he could be, you know, anything, like his ability to adapt and enjoy things. So it gives me hope.
Definitely.
I'm going to continue to hold on to that for you guys, because.
And Chico says we've done hit 1K. Oh my gosh, y'all. It says here we've reached $1,567 of 2K. You guys are incredible. Y'all are showing off. Y'all are showing off. Oh my gosh. I cannot even believe this. 1581 right now. We're at 1581. You guys are amazing.
Yeah, that's
Sebastian would love that. He loves helping other people. Thank you all.
This is just, you guys are so amazing. Missing persons around the world, it's so good to see you. Thank you for being here.
This photo you have on your screen, I mean, every one of them, the genuine.
Okay, guys. So, excuse me. I did want to share what Angela said too. She says, notice how there are no pictures of Sebastian with Faith in all the time they've been together. That is really crazy, right? We saw in the beginning of the case when they shared those old photos with Fox News, but none of them are ever released with any of the interactions between Faith and Sebastian or the interactions of all four of them as a family. It is very, very odd, right? You know, and Seth said his favorite thing to do is light off fireworks. He has some waiting for him when he comes back. Liar. I know, exactly. I know. And that's such a great point too, Detroit. It's very odd that they try to pass this stuff off, even though we know better, you know? Yeah, and it's love. He loves fireworks, not loved, right? And those are the times where she uses it, and there may be someone in the background, right, or her lawyer or someone on standby who is coaching her to be aware of that, to watch that, right? That's right. And yes, that's right. IML, let Sebastian have his clean corn and rolls 100%. You know, yeah, he didn't simply vanish. We know that for a fact, Angela. We know that for a fact. Bless says, I'm right there with you. A person's corn cob is sanctified. Yes, exactly. It's like, do not do that with my corn cob. Hey, Hopeful, it's so good to see you. Thank you for being here. CP is there with her, in my opinion. So she is so nervous all the time when she speaks. We cannot get a proper baseline of her because DV in constant high alert. I can hear it. Puts me in her shoes. I can tell. Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a lot going on there, right? Because I know Katie has a lawyer, and there's no way that she's going to speak without the lawyer either being present or in constant communication with her, right? And then I do believe that Chris was probably there, although I didn't hear a peep from him, which makes me think that he might not have been there. I'm not sure though, but the fact that he was able to be quiet without saying a word is, if he was there sitting right next to her, you know, kudos to him, right? Because that would surprise me if he was, you know, there. And And he could have been writing things down. He could have been doing a lot of things. But you have to remember too, with Chris's narcissism, he loves being the center of attention, and he loves to lead the conversation, right? He wants to narrate. He's got, main character syndrome, but he also likes to narrate it. You didn't get it right? That's why Katie, again, I'm so bad with music. Well, you weren't bad with music until Chris told you you were, right? So that dynamic is absolutely there. But it's stuck in her head, right? It's stuck there. That's something Chris told her, and that's something Chris put on her. And that's where we see that dynamic and how it manifests itself outwardly, in my opinion.
And smile and joy. That his smile is so distinct in every one of these. And this is just, it's like a whole new, all these different features that I'm noticing that I didn't notice before. And some of the previous photos are just standing out to me. And I'm like, wow.
Mm-hmm.
These are great, Katie. Thank you for sharing these with us today. I know today has got to be incredibly difficult for you, but
I just want him to know that he's loved and that we're out here and that we're still looking for him.
Absolutely. And we're
That
here
was-
just to help support in any way that we can. And for all of the parents, and I feel like that this is the time that we need to bring the focus back to Sebastian.
Absolutely.
So, and I appreciate you, coming up and sharing, your memories about these wonderful pictures that you sent us today, because it helps us to be able to share in those memories and know how important it is that Sebastian come home to his family where he's loved.
We all love.
Okay, so just wanted to pop in really quick as well with this, and say that, the pictures are really, really great. And that was one thing I was super grateful for. But in the same way, I also expect Katie to be focused on the fact that Sebastian's out there. She doesn't know where he is, and that there, there's zero urgency. And I would just point to Seth and how he is desperate to find his son, and Katie doesn't seem to be worried at all, in my opinion.
Him so much, not just me and both his dads, but the whole family. We all love him. And it's just incredibly difficult not having him home and not knowing where he is and if he's okay. But I know in my heart we're going to find him, because we're not going to stop looking. None of us are. Good, bad, and ugly aside, we all love him, and we all have the goal of bringing him home.
Absolutely. So Sebastian with his teachers here?
At his 8th grade graduation. That was his 8th grade graduation day.
He seems like such a happy young man.
He is. He's so proud of himself in that picture. Those are some of his favorite teachers right there. They were amazing. And right there, he was excited. He got the color on the sheets before he went in.
I see that. And green, of course, because green is one of his favorite colors.
Absolutely.
And he
pick it every time.
loves his green tea.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that is one of my favorite videos of him ever. And it was so funny because.
Okay, guys, before we do the green tea comparison, I just want to point this out because IML, this is a great comment. You're not going to find Sebastian at the motorcycle rally or a bike shop or a restaurant, though, in my opinion. And I agree with that 100%. And they do not want to be at a motorcycle rally or a bike shop if they are found to be guilty of this. Because when I tell you that bikers do not condone hurting children, I mean it. I mean, they show up to court for kids. Bikers Against Child Abuse is a huge organization with multiple chapters all over the place. And that's the last place Chris or Katie are going to want to be as well. So that to me is pretty friggin' brave given the situation. All right, so here we go. again, with the green tea comparison, for those of you who don't know Sebastian's case that very well, here we go.
That was his 8th grade graduation day.
He seems like such a happy young man.
He is. He's so proud of himself in that picture. Those are some of his favorite teachers right there. They were amazing. And right there, he was excited. He got the color on the sheets before he went in.
I see that. And green, of course, because green is one of his favorite colors.
Absolutely.
And
He'll pick it every time.
he loves his green tea.
Oh, that is one of my favorite videos of him ever. And it was so funny because I don't even remember what we were doing. He was just getting himself a drink, and out of nowhere he goes, "Hey, Mom." And I went, "What?" And he goes, and he looks and he giggles and he's like, "Hey, Mom, look, green tea." And he just thought it was the funniest thing in the world.
We talked about that, how you were saying, he was just
sense lots of joy that's being missed right now.
Green tea.
His jokes, the way he laughs when he tells a funny. He had there's a video that I put out that he was being goofy, and he had this like half gallon of green tea that he had gotten from the grocery store, and he thought of this joke, and he ran in the kitchen and he grabbed a green cup and he was like, "Mom, green tea." And it was just so funny, and I was just like, "Dude, hold on, you gotta do that again." And I grabbed my phone and I was like, "You gotta do it again." And he was like, "Green tea." And he was just like, it's not in the video, but he was just rolling because he just thought it was the funniest thing ever. And
he's got some quirky one-liners.
oh God, he was getting to where he had some good ones.
He has like a great sense of humor.
Green tea.
You're so goofy.
He's typically a very, very sweet boy. He can be quite temperamental, though, if he's overstimulated or if he's stressed out. He has a unique run. He runs like the Naruto anime character. When he's excited, he likes to dab, and he loves music. He loves to dance.
Finding his wittiness.
He was really coming.
All right, guys. So really quick before we get into this, I do want to point out a couple of things. The Naruto run, that was from the Reels interview that Katie did back in March or April, right? So Sebastian goes missing at the end of February. Excuse me. We have March, beginning of April, maybe. I can't remember exactly when that one was put out, but either way, we see Katie talking about his Naruto run. She talks about it earlier in this interview as well. So she's still talking about the Naruto run. That is important because Katie swears up and down that Sebastian took the trash can to the end of the driveway after they got home from the Texas Roadhouse that night, because that's his chore. He takes the can to the end of the driveway, right? Her words, not mine. She told that to Chronicles of Bolivia. But then she also added that in and said that that's how everybody knows that it was in fact Sebastian that took the trash out that night, even though it's too grainy to tell and you can't see who was actually taking the trash out that night, allegedly. So the dogs did not hit on that whatsoever. They didn't track Sebastian to the end of the driveway or anything like that. Quite the opposite. They tracked to a pond. And so there's still a lot to be said about all of that, but just the way that Katie has scripted all of this, but she can't keep it straight, right? Because we see the green tea video, how she describes it twice in two different instances, right? How she described it a year ago, how she described it present day. And then we see how it changes a little bit, right? But then she's also pretending like she's Sebastian, right? And he's saying it. But then when we see Sebastian actually do the green tea thing, it wasn't green tea, I mean, it wasn't this dramatic, weird, off-putting moment. It was actually really cute and funny. And instead of just letting him do that or saying, could you please show the clip of Sebastian doing that? We all have it. I went and looked for it last night and found it right away. It was the first clip that we actually saw Sebastian like talking in, right? Because Seth released the photo of him playing tug of war, right? Or excuse me, it was a video of him playing tug of war. But then we didn't ever see a video of Sebastian and how his mannerisms were, unless it was one of the ones that was leaked, right? Where he was getting bullied on his birthday party by Chris's sister, Melissa, right? Aunt Melissa, right? Aunt Melissa? Friggin' bully.
Into his wittiness and getting good one-offs and coming up with little funny jokes, and he's really developing his sense of humor and coming into himself in that way. Like he's every bit of a teenager. He has his good days and his bad days, but he was really starting to develop his own sense of humor and jokes and whatnot, because one of the things about him has always been he's been very literal. So like sarcasm very frequently missed on him. It's lost on him. He like if you look at him and go, you hurt my feelings, he'll be like, it's not feelings, it's feelings.
That cracks me up.
Like, it's a joke, bud.
He just seems like
when he is in a good mood and he is laughing, it's contagious. His smile is contagious. His laugh is contagious. When he's in a bad mood, it's, leave me alone.
Hubby and I were talking about his eclectic taste in music.
Okay, guys, and this is another thing too. I just want to bring this up. This is where they act like Sebastian is like weird or different than everybody else, and he's not, right? Because I'm the same way. If I'm in a bad mood, don't, leave me alone for a little while, right? Let me have my moment or whatever, right? That's when I go for a swim, or that's when I go to take a walk, or whatever makes me feel better, right? I watch a funny video, I'll get over it, right? It's a feeling, you get over it. Right, Chuchi? No, I'm just kidding. Me and Chuchi just have that joke, but it's like, it's a feeling. It's gonna happen. You're gonna feel bad. You're pissed off. Somebody upset you. You had a bad day. Whatever it is, that's a normal person. That's a normal way to react, right? So he says, "Leave me alone." Big freaking deal, Katie. Why do you got to make fun of it? Why do you have to mock him? That's just how people handle that themselves. You know what I'm saying? Chuchi, it's just a feeling. You'll get over it. I mean, come on. I'm always jacked up on that, gal. I love it. The Arizona green tea. Plus, it's like, 80 calories for the smaller cans. I'm sure the big ones, that you can get at, like, say, at a gas station or something for 99 cents. Those ones will probably have more, but I just, and they're cheaper than pop too. So, yeah, I don't know. It's not got a whole lot, because I don't like sweet tea. Like, even though I lived in Missouri for a long time, I don't like sweet tea like the way that, Southerners like sweet tea. Sweet, like double sweet, right? So that's why I like the Arizona stuff, because it's not because I think they use honey or whatever. And I think there's ginseng in that though too. Now that one looked like tea, in that jug, that it was like one of those brands of tea that you get in a jug, so those ones might have more sugar too. But yeah, ginseng tea. Thank you. Yeah, Sam, I love it. That's like one of my favorite things, Put your feelings in your pocket, right? I mean, because sometimes like when emotions run high, we don't think logically, right? And that's anytime. Like, you're mad, you need a break. Right? You're upset, you need a break. You need to calm down, right? Breathe, whatever it is to self-regulate, right? And then when you have a child who has a chromosome deletion as well as autism, that could be social and emotional dysregulation right there, where that's coming from. So, yes, Sam, exactly, Sam, and happy birthday month to you too. Yeah. Yeah, Sagittarius is where it's at, right? Or our fire signs, you know. Um, and that's another thing. I know I'm fiery, and you gotta well, just give me a minute, because when I was younger, also I was a lot more tenacious too, right? So I'd be like, no, I gotta talk about this right now, and it's not always right now, is not always the best time, right? So I mean, we all learn to social emotionally regulate ourselves, right? And to act proper in society as well. So there's nothing different or weird about Sebastian. There's not. And he had his silly moments, he had his good moments. One thing that I want to go back to is, like, everyone in the chat was also talking about the dynamic, right? Because we're seeing, again, like we were talking about how Chris and Katie had it really good, right? And when it was really good, it looked great, right? Picture perfect. And so when I'm seeing this, and we know that it's happened around the time that they leave California, because it's always used to in California. In California, we used to Padres games, we used to do whatever. But we went hiking, we did all this stuff, we went to the faux restaurant, we did all this. So deep sea fishing, Mr. Chris is whining and dining and love bombing, right? And putting his best face on, right? Because he's got that mask on, and he is, fun Mr. Chris, crispy with the corn cob, right? Yeah, that's the kind of guy that every woman wants in her child's life, and I could see why Katie fell for it. Mr. Crispy's pretty charming when he wants to be, and that's the scariest part, right? And then he takes them to Tennessee. They are isolated from all of their friends in California, anybody they knew there. Obviously, Sebastian had dealt with abuse in California of the SA variety, and we're not going to get into that. But I think it's also important to remember that, and then move forward, fast forward to when they're in Tennessee and all of this life stops. It had to have been devastating for Sebastian, being that he had these sets of difficulties or different abilities, right? And it had to have been totally devastating to Katie. And again, it's psychological warfare. And so and it's also, interpersonal warfare, where this person's supposed to love you. You thought they loved you so much, and then now they're treating you like complete garbage, right? But they have you right where they want you, very isolated. What I want to go back to is Sebastian. Even though it would have been even more difficult for Sebastian, given the, partner violence. I think it's violent no matter if it's narcissistic abuse or if it's physical. I do. I think it's psychological warfare, as I said before. So with that, you can see that Sebastian's demeanor never really changed. You see all these smiles, 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 smiles. But then again, you look at his school picture, and it's the one right here in the middle on the flyer. Right here. This child looks haunted to me. Haunted, right? Absolutely haunted. And it's a stark difference. So you could see that the narcissistic abuse that is very prevalent, in my opinion, was wearing on Sebastian as well. But I also want to go back to that Sebastian is in no way, shape, or form any different than any of us. Even though he is on the spectrum, even though he has a rare chromosome deletion, they're trying to make him seem like he is so off and off-putting and odd. But then again, look at who he's been around, like Mr. Crispy putting his dirty old corn cob on top of his fresh corn.
Tell us again some of the different artists that Sebastian liked. I know he liked Taylor Swift.
I am the worst person in the world for that. I am the worst for names. I'm one of those where I can recognize the songs, but for the life of me, I can't tell you the name and artist. He and Christopher, especially when we're driving in the car,
right.
They will play different songs, and Chris will be like, "What's this song?" And I'll be like, "I don't know." And Sebastian's in the backseat going, "Mom, it's this and this."
Yeah, because I'm sure he knows.
Oh yeah, he loves it. It's like one of their things that they do, and he's huge crush on Taylor Swift, of course, and
Yes.
super embarrassed about that if you call him out for it. He'll just turn as pink can be. But I mean, he loves almost all music, and I wish I could name off more names, but I'm just so terrible at it. I mean, he loves Ed Sheeran. He loves
I know Eye of the Tiger was
Eddie
my
Vedder. Eddie Vedder's one of the ones that he
Yes,
loves.
Eddie Vedder. Yes, that was it.
Yeah.
And I was
Last-
like, you know what?
Last
The
Kiss,
chat,
I think, is
I
one
bet
of
the
his
chat would be able to tell us all the different things that I probably can't recall in this very moment. And by the way, thank you guys so much for donating. And a big shout out to Anonymous who donated $500.
Oh, my bless. Thank you.
As far as it coming up on the 2-year mark, Katie, I know when we spoke the
Okay, and guys, that was so disingenuous in my opinion. She's like, "Oh my bless, thank you," and then they just go right into it, right into the next flow, right, of just scripted, regurgitated information, you know. And I'm sorry to say it. I wish it was different. I wish I could give a different style of commentary. I wish I wish that I did not feel this way. I really do. It pains me. I think it pains some of you to listen to it. And that is why I add the memes and the GIF things in there to kind of take the edge off, right? Because laughter is the best medicine, in my opinion.
the other day, you had talked to me about wanting to find a way to pay it forward to honor Sebastian. And even after Sebastian is brought home safely, you would like to continue to do that. Do you want to talk about that?
I can, yes.
Okay.
First and foremost, I pray to God we don't see a 2-year mark. I hope we bring him home. But that being said, even when we do bring him home, we were talking and thinking about what would Sebastian want. And we think that supporting other persons that are missing as well is a phenomenal idea, because we're not the only family in this situation, unfortunately. And as much as I wish that no one would ever go through this, it's real. And so we were thinking about.
Okay, so she says it's real, and you know, Katie's saying that they were thinking about what Sebastian would want. That gave me like a funeral home vibe. I don't know what that means. I don't know how to explain it, but it gave me like this sick feeling when I heard her say that. And I'll play it back again, but it's where she talks about what Sebastian would have wanted, what Sebastian wants. Would have wanted. Again, maybe it's bringing me back to when I had to plan for a funeral for a loved one. So maybe that's where it comes from, but I just want you guys to listen again here.
You bring him home. We were talking and thinking about what would Sebastian want. And
we were talking. Who was talking? Who was talking about what Sebastian would have wanted, right?
And we think that supporting other persons that are missing as well is a phenomenal idea, because we're not the only family in this situation, unfortunately. And as much as I wish that no one would ever go through this, it's real. And so we were thinking about potentially trying maybe to set up a scholarship in honor of Sebastian.
Okay, guys, really quick, I just wanted to point this out. This is a Christmas tree, and I put it on a video when the girls did a tree lighting ceremony for Sebastian. Right here is Sebastian's, personalized ornament. Really, really beautiful. And this is one of the signs, right, for Sebastian out there. Love the ribbon. The gold ribbon is beautiful. It really accents with the green. It is just decked out for Christmas in green for Sebastian, right? Lighted up green, and people can go past and see and remember that he's still missing, and remember that he's still out there, and just, these things will not be taken down. These flyers will be staying up in the yards, right? Because it's a flyer in the yard, really. It's a yard sign, yes, but it's a special yard sign. Hey, Faye, good morning. Thank you for being here. And, that's the most important thing, to remember, is that he is still out there. He's still missing. He will be found. We're going to get to the bottom of it.
Scholarship in honor of Sebastian in his name to help other families of missing as well, because there are other families who have perhaps a missing child that has siblings, and we now know how difficult that struggle can be, and we think that Sebastian would be happy to help them. And so one of the things that we had thought, like I said, was potentially setting up a scholarship to help support another family or another child in honor.
Help set a scholarship to help another child when it's your son's birthday, right, is very odd to me. And, I could be wrong about that vibe. I could be looking at it in a negative, more as a negative than a positive, if that makes sense. But if I look at Seth, if I see the bags under his eyes, the desperation in his face, yes, he is there, right? But it has to be completely exhausting to pull yourself out of bed, get in the vehicle, drive up to Culver's, knowing that you're about to pass out flyers with your child's face on them to people who may or may not know. Having all these people tell you how they want your son to be found, but you know that already. That's all you want, is for your son to be found, right? It has to be bittersweet, frustrating, exhausting, and heartbreaking. So I just want to also shout out, and I know Jen and Jeff are sleeping because they had to get up early, but I hope they catch the replay. But I know they know this, they are awesome friends to Seth. They are at the forefront of Sebastian's army, standing with the general here, right? And he's not happy, right? They underestimated Seth, right? He's not thinking about other children in the capacity that we want to take the focus off of Sebastian and put it onto another child, like we're seeing here with Chris and Katie's getting together, seeing what Sebastian would have wanted. No, we see someone who is actually trying to make changes so other families do not have to endure what he's going through, because he's going through a living hell. He is going through a living hell. And it's very apparent on his face. And he has no trouble showing his face and getting out there and interviewing with the news and talking about his son. He has been steadfast in that. He has never come up on a panel and hid himself. He has always showed himself. And he needs us to continue fighting the good fight with him. And that's why I stand with Seth. And that's why I will always stand with Seth. just in case anybody's wondering.
Honor of Sebastian.
That's amazing. That's an incredible idea.
Even when Sebastian does come home, at least, that's something that you want to continue to do. And I love that.
Absolutely.
Because we
Absolutely.
talked about Sebastian, you feel is going to come home.
Yes. We just have to find him.
And that's why it's important for you guys to keep sharing these flyers, because you've heard it here.
Okay, so Katie says we just have to find him, right? And she said this over and over again. We just have to find him, but she's never gone and looked for him, right? And then even when she said she was looking for him when she should have been looking for him, her window was rolled up. And she was caught on camera that morning in the neighborhood with her window rolled up. I just want to let it sink in for anybody who's new here. Yes, that is Katie Proudfoot's vehicle rolling through the neighborhood at too high of a rate of speed that you wouldn't even use to look for a dog or a cat or a missing animal. And again, your windows would be rolled down. So what is up with this, Katie? We just got to find him. We just got to find him. No, you need to start telling us where he is. Just need to find him. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. I almost clicked a button and ended the stream right there. Here we go.
His mom has faith. She believes that Sebastian is out there and that he's going to come home. I just wanted to see if there was anything that you wanted to add onto this clip of just what them reiterating what the FBI has said.
All right.
Okay. All right. Yes.
Thank you for that. I'm so grateful that y'all are willing to do what you're doing and to help spread the awareness.
Absolutely.
Sebastian is what matters. So
It really is.
I know.
Yes.
Sending you the biggest hug right now.
How can a teenager disappear without a trace? It is a question that has baffled the most seasoned of investigators for a year and a half. That's how long it's been since Sebastian Rogers vanished from his Hendersonville home. Nick Barris tells us in that time, the FBI has been able to disprove two theories.
So many have closely followed this case and continue to ask and hope for updates. The FBI just issued a full synopsis of where things stand today. Sebastian Rogers disappeared from his Hendersonville home on February 26, 2024. The 15-year-old with autism did not take any clothes, shoes, money, food, or his cell phone. His mother only reported a small yellow flashlight was missing. A massive search, including TBI and Sumner County Sheriff's investigators, covered a 4.5-mile radius around Sebastian's home. That's roughly 44,000 acres and no sign of the teen.
So this is the system that we use to track all of our searchers.
The FBI says agents have now followed through every one of the hundreds of tips. However, they have yet to produce any solid leads. Several months have indeed passed, but Sheriff Eric Craddock has said,
It's not a cold case. It's an active and ongoing investigation.
the FBI now does disprove two theories. One involving security video, which I obtained early in the investigation, showing what appeared to be lights outside Sebastian's home the night he disappeared. Agents say the dark sky and camera angle combined had distorted the security footage, and lights were actually from a truck away from the home. They have also now debunked a theory that a person in a green hoodie spotted near Sebastian at a restaurant before he disappeared was in any way involved. The Amber Alert for Sebastian does remain active, and the FBI is offering $50,000 for any information that leads to his whereabouts. They do encourage the public to continue to call in tips to 1-800-TBI-FIND.
Okay, guys, so do you think that Nick Barris was paid off, or do you think he was threatened? Because the only thing, as a wannabe journalist sitting here, right, that I can think of off the top of my head that would ever get me to, you know, screw off my integrity like this guy has, had to have been probably a very large sum of money, right? Or maybe I was threatened and I'm scared shitless to tell the truth, right? Those are the two things that maybe as a human being would cause someone to screw off their integrity, right? Because this guy shouldn't have any respect at all, right? Did you lie to us about the lights video? Right? Because you look like you're being held hostage right here. Look at him. Look at this. Lines for days, guys. Even though don't let the Botox here and here and here and even here. No, I'm just kidding. But really, don't let that fool you, because look at that. Those are called worry lines. Those only pop up if you're worried. So let me know what you think. You think he was threatened? Maybe they paid him, you know? I'm just trying to think of why a fellow human being, right? And that is part of the 7 deadly sins, is greed, right? Or does he just not want to lose his job? Was he threatened that he'd be fired? Right? That's another money motive, but maybe not in the same context, right? So you're not taking a payoff and completely selling your soul to the devil, but you're in fear because you live in that community and you don't want to lose your job, right? So it's about self-preservation over a missing child, right? And for some reason, he thinks that's okay. So what's with the worry lines there, Bucko? Because I don't know how you can look in the mirror, sleep at night, knowing that you put that lights video out there and portrayed it one way, and now you're coming out and saying that it's something completely different. And I also want to point over to the fact that Chris and Katie are so worried about this lights video that to this day, they are having their cronies do live streams about it, trying to debunk it. Right? So, yeah, probably so, Joe. Joe thinks that, you know, because he works for the channel, they probably ordered him to walk it back, right? Yeah, and I mean, that's got to be stressful. Look, I'm not saying that Nick Barris is the most horrible person on earth, but I think it is, I think it's I think it's very low, and I have no respect for the man. In the beginning, I was like, wow, this guy's the real deal. He's like willing to leak some of this information out in order for us to realize that Sebastian didn't just go poof. He's not a ninja, right? So I was like, go Nick Barris. This is the guy right here. You know, I would always rather be praised for the good I did and walk away from whatever type of money is involved, right? Because at the end of the day, at least I know I did the right thing, or to the best of what I could do, right? But not this guy, right? He needs more Botox in that forehead so he can hide those worry lines. That's what I'd recommend.
Anything that additional that you want to say?
Well, you pretty much nailed it in the sense that there is, unfortunately, not really any new information that we know of. What I do know is that law enforcement is still actively looking into Sebastian's case, still taking those tips and looking into anything that may be credible. Obviously, they don't tell us every detail of what they're doing, but
right.
We do know that they are still looking, and that if anything credible or even remotely credible comes up, that they're definitely looking into it and either proving or disproving it. I know that there's a lot of crazy nonsense and whatnot that has taken place or taking place, and that has put a hindrance on things. Like news channels don't necessarily want to run many stories because it always causes an influx of nonsense. I'll just leave it at that. No offense, nonsense, but
no, that's why it's called nonsense.
But just trying to generally stated is that I accept and appreciate that people are looking at every possible aspect. I would ask for nothing less. But what we ask for is that the BS and the lies and the drama and all of the hatefulness that's going on.
Okay, the BS, the lies, and the drama. When I look at, and we'll revisit this because I have some proof of it, right? When you look at Duchess's chat, she had about 100 people in there, a little over that at some points or another. But they were all alt accounts and trolls and Krama channels. So for Katie to get up here, it is just like the most hilarious thing that I've ever seen in my life, that she actually thinks that she's fooling anybody that knows about it. It's not drama when the news put that out and now they're backpedaling, as Joe said earlier, you know, toning it down. Oh, we need you to stop banging that drum so loud, right? Because you'll draw attention, and we don't want anybody knowing how corrupt this shit is over here. We don't want people looking over here, so don't bang the drum, right? But I'm here to beat that motherfucker, and I always will. So I'm going to do whatever it takes to scream loud and proud that those lights, right, were introduced to us back in March. Those lights came from a surveillance camera on a home in the neighborhood, and they are two independent light sources. One comes from the house to meet the other one away from the house, and then that light source goes back to the house. There were two people that were in the house that night, allegedly, that came home from the Texas Roadhouse. One of them took the trash to the end of the driveway, according to Katie, went to bed at 9 o'clock. There was a thud in his room. Where is he? So you mean to tell me that you want me to forget that two light sources that were moving through the common area independently of each other and then moving the opposite direction is nothing? That will never happen. Bang, bang, beat, beat. There's my drum, and I'm not gonna stop doing that for anyone. And as a matter of fact, America's Most Wanted is a shit show and a half, and they only showed half the video, and they're disgusting, and I'll never watch them again because of it.
Not be at the forefront, because that doesn't help. It doesn't help find Sebastian. It doesn't help bring him home, and it certainly doesn't help to lead law enforcement into chasing their tails.
Neither are you, Katie. And law enforcement chases their tails. That's how stupid you think your local law enforcement is? I beg to differ. If Chris from the mob crew has that much information that was sent to him by neighbors and other sources, gobs and gobs of information, and there's no way on God's green earth that you're going to get me to think any different, that the police have less than that. As a matter of fact, I would guess they have maybe triple that at the very least. And that's being modest.
But I would say also that I don't have words to explain how much appreciation I have that people are actually caring, and they are looking, and they are, for lack of a better, I'm struggling with my words, I'm sorry, but that people are reporting anything that they think is suspicious, or any time that they think they might have seen Sebastian. What I would ask is that these families, because I know there's been more than one that have just gone through hell because of it, and I would ask that if you do think you see Sebastian, definitely take a picture and definitely call in law enforcement. But it doesn't need to go on the internet, because that's causing innocent people problems and harassment. And
you're causing innocent people problems and harassment. Katie, you and your husband do that on the daily with your trolls and your Krama channels, for one. Let's just throw that out there for one. You are causing innocent people turmoil and strife every single day. Look at Sebastian's father, Seth. Number 3, you have caused so much problems and so much drama and caused this case to become a circus. You and your husband, Crispy, over there, on purpose. You are the one that knows where your son is, Katie. You're causing innocent people trouble. And the most innocent one of all is your son, Sebastian, who you want us to believe just completely vanished and disappeared out of the house with no trace. No shoes, no coat, no money, no cell phone. You're the one causing this, Katie, and everybody knows it that has the balls to say it to you.
Those are children, those are families, and they don't deserve that either.
As a matter of fact, you've caused your own family so much turmoil and strife. In my opinion, you've caused Chris's family so much turmoil and strife. It's your fault, Katie. Own it. Take responsibility for it. It's all on you, Katie. You know where your son is, or you wouldn't be looking for, or you would be looking for him. The fact that you're not looking for him and that you pulled this crap and drove around the neighborhood real quick with your window rolled up, that's not really looking for anyone, Katie. That's putting on a show in the neighborhood. But you're okay with that, right? The most innocent person of this whole situation is your son, Sebastian. What about his innocence, Katie? What about you causing him strife? But you're sitting up here talking about someone going through hell? What do you think Sebastian's going through? Oh, wait, you're not worried about that because you already know. You're already planning, what his wishes would be and what he would have wanted. Spare me.
But I do encourage people that if you think it's him, definitely take that picture and definitely report it, but report it to the authorities. Protect those other people too.
Exactly.
And because I know if the role were reversed, that's what I would want. I wouldn't want my family or my children being exposed to this craziness that is happening. So, and the other thing.
And again, she's distancing herself, right? And putting it on other families. Oh, I wouldn't want to be those families. Well, I wouldn't want to be your family, Katie. I wouldn't want to be your friend. I wouldn't want to be affiliated with you. No how, because you are a toxic individual who takes everybody down with you. So what has happened to Sebastian, whatever it may be, whatever the outcome is, you caused it. You were there. You were neglectful. You didn't go check on him when there was a thud. And even so, even if there was a thud in his bedroom, which I don't believe at all, there would have been an open window. If somebody came in there and created a loud noise and it wasn't Sebastian, Katie, I mean, think about that for 1 second. All of you Katie supporters out there, think about that for 1 second. Then somebody had to have come in through his window, right? Because he's in his bedroom with the door either shut or open a little bit. Doesn't even matter. Seth said that he didn't have a doorknob on the door, right? So either way, somebody would have had to have come in the room through the window. The windows don't lock from both ends. So you're already done fucked up there. That's another big mistake that you made. And there's a part 2 coming out. I'm going to see how many mistakes we could actually find in here. So, feel free to send them to me because I'll add them to the video as we go. It's not going to be in order of importance. It's just going to be all the friggin' mistakes in Sebastian's case because he deserves that. Hello, beautiful. Hey, Jude. Thank you for being here. Hey, girl. Hey. All right.
That I would ask is that the only thing I know to do at this point is just to keep sharing his face and sharing his story and telling people, hey, Sebastian, he's missing. This is what he looks like. It's so important to share his face with his name so that people know what he looks like if they happen to see him. And that if you're willing to share his flyer, just share the legitimate flyers with and just help keep his name and face out there and just keep your head on a swivel, you know.
Keep your head on a swivel, Katie. Go tell someone else how to live their life. Go be a life coach for somebody who's going to listen to you. You're not going to get anywhere with it here. Okay? So that's first off. And second off, if Sebastian, again, I forgot to add this in. If there was a thud in Sebastian's room and he hurt himself in his room or fell or hit his head or any of that, he would have been found in the morning. Think about that. Logically think your theories through, please, before you go out there and, spew them all over the place. It doesn't work. It just simply doesn't work. There was no gosh dang thud unless you created one and you did something and hurt Sebastian.
I mean, before Sebastian went missing, I was one of the people. I would see these Amber Alerts and I would.
You're one of the people that was last with him too. The last one with him, Katie. Chris and Seth have an alibi, Katie. You don't. So there's two innocent people that you're screwing over every single day. But you want to get up here and talk about a family of some kid that looks like Sebastian that was passed around the internet? Yeah, that's very short-lived once everybody figures out it's not Sebastian. So try again.
Look, and I would go, okay. And, it's not that I was necessarily ignoring it, but I wasn't paying that much attention to it. And I know how important it is just to be somewhat aware of your surroundings because you never know. And so I just want to say, please do that. And thank you so much for those of you that are. I know that to this day, I keep his flyers and I have little bracelets with his name on it. And wherever I go, I tend to leave a flyer and a bracelet. And I just try to tell people, this is my son, he's missing, just please keep a lookout. And if you're willing, share this flyer. And anyone else that's willing to do the same, I deeply appreciate it.
I hope that everybody heard that, that you're leaving his flyer in different places. And I think you told.
And I hope that everybody sees this right here. I hope everybody saw this right here where Krama Chronicles right here. We have all these people in the chat, right? Just a whole bunch of chronicles, right? So we know that the Chronicles people are hate channels, right? They're Krama channels, right? And so, just going through, you see the Krama Chronicles, the Krama Reels, right? Yeah, it's only okay if they do dirt, right? Is that right, Duchess? And nobody better think about it or shame on you. Don't think. You just do what we tell you to do. You've got to be friggin' shitting me.
Heard that, that you're leaving his flyer in different places. And I think you told me like with the little baby Jesus.
I do. I leave a little baby Jesus with it.
Yeah, and a bracelet.
I would absolutely be willing to do that.
She'd be absolutely willing to do it. I thought she already does it. What? Do you get like a bag of baby Jesuses in the mail from Dutchie? She sends them to you so you could put them out and say you did? Polished. The saga continues of the polished turds.
I've never wanted to make any profit off of anything for Sebastian, which is why when we made those shirts, the location that we made it at, we just advised. I mean, we purchased a large amount to give to people, but
right.
And then for other people when we ran out, or if anyone wanted to order some, that they could just order it directly from them. We are looking at maybe we could work with you.
Yeah, we know, Katie. We know that. We know that you throw money at stuff in order to make yourself look good, just like this community here. Oh, we raised $2,000 or $3,000 or whatever they've raised in this stream. I think it was up to $2,100 or something like that for autism awareness, right? Autism Association. But that just gives you guys all the validation, or you justify it in your head by saying I donated $100, so now I can be an asshole for the rest of my time on the planet. It doesn't quite work that way. So just because you bought a bunch of t-shirts and gave them out with your son's missing information on them doesn't mean anything. That just means that you were trying to do everything you could to have everybody stop looking at you. It's very obvious, right? But just to the trauma community, just because you give $2,000 to an organization, I don't care if somebody dropped a $5,000 or a donation in there. I don't care. That doesn't give you the right to act like an idiot. But somehow you justify it by doing that.
I know that you do a lot of the designs on the billboards and whatnot, and I would absolutely love to do that if that's something that's possible, so that we can get his face out there any way possible.
You guys can let me know what 501c3 you would like to support, and I can set the profits to go support that in honor of Sebastian.
That would be beautiful.
Thank
It
you,
is.
Will.
And thank you so much. I actually am in contact with them.
Okay, so I think this is what they raised thus far, right? I think they had it going through Friday, just so you guys know. It says 5 days left. So this is a little bit more, accurate information here. And thank you, Hey Jude, for gifting a Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives membership. If you got a membership from Hey Jude, make sure you say thank you and welcome to the Dragon Tribe. And thank you so much, Hey Jude. You're awesome. And welcome in everyone too. So yeah, how about donating money to finding your son, Katie? Absolutely. Donate boots on the ground. Put your training to work. Right? We have 2 people who served in the military, not doing damn thing to find their son, right? If that's their son. The baby Jesus in the mail. I love to send her my Bible slap. Exactly, Detroit. 100%. 100%. Leslie, welcome to the Dragon Tribe. You're already a dragon, but oh, that's wonderful. Yay. So yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, Detroit. I mean, it's like, and what a mockery. I feel like they're mocking the Lord when they do that, and I would like to slap her with my Bible. Yeah, I really would. And I'm sorry that they think that that is a weakness. It's not. It's actually the greatest strength that we can have.
Parents desperately want him to be home.
All of us do. Not to cut in, Dutchie, I'm sorry, but just I feel like it's worth adding that they do have some phenomenal information, but it's important to remember that all of our children are so unique and that there's no cookie cutter answer to how our children would respond.
Okay, guys, right here, your child specifically, Sebastian, right? Let's talk about Sebastian specifically, Katie, right? Because anybody who had the balls to say it to you or who actually wants to find Sebastian would say this to you. Your child specifically named Sebastian Rogers, he's an individual, he is a person, he is his own person, would have never left without shoes. Katie, so what now of that? Right? Period. I love that lady. Period. Right? Fix that hair because it's not working. Right? It's just never going to work.
I know many parents that have children that have similar diagnoses to Sebastian or even the same, and every one of them is so unique and so different. So it's just worth bearing in mind that no 2 of our kids may respond the same or may fit, but it's good to know how diverse that our kids can be and what.
We don't need to know how diverse your kid is from another child, Katie. What we need to hear from you is specifics on how Sebastian would handle himself in certain situations. Only you and his father and maybe Crispy could tell us that. You're the only one that can let us know specifically how your child would respond to a specific situation or scenario. No one else but you, Katie. So you might like to try to remind people of that and put yourself in that motivational speaker role. But I'm here to tell you, you're bullshit. It stinks. I can smell it all over the internet. Right? It stinks. Tell us specifically about your son, but you refuse to. Instead, you say, oh, just remember how different he really is. Well, tell us how different. so we can get to know better. But you'll never do that because you're not trying to find him, right? And you guys actually, came out and said that too on a previous podcast, right? Well, we never really thought that anybody was going to like try to help find him, right? You underestimated Seth, you underestimated all of us, and you underestimated your son, which is the worst of all.
What one may respond to, the other may run from.
This is from the National Autism Association, and this box.
So, did your son run from something, Katie? Let's revisit that.
But it's good to know how diverse that our kids can be, and what one may respond to, the other may run from.
Right. What one may respond to, the other may run from. Which one does your son do, Katie? Did he respond or did he run? Did Sebastian respond or did he run? But no, instead of asking that question to find out more information, to see if we can have a deeper understanding, it's, oh, y'all be sweet, put them green hearts and the prayer hands in the chat. Well, she mocks the baby Jesus, or Jesus himself, who's a man and has a beard.
This is from the National Autism Association, and this box is for people who may be prone to wandering off or eloping from a safe environment and may be unable to recognize danger and or stay safe. Wandering, elopement, which is running, or fleeing behaviors, often those within our community, not only present.
Hey, what happened to Katie saying, my son's not a runner, he'd never run? What happened about when Chris Proudfoot said, Sebastian's not the type of child who wanders. He doesn't wander around. Please.
Unique safety risk, but also create extraordinary worry.
Well, also, how does this pertain to Sebastian specifically? I thought that, Duchess was on Katie's side, right? But then she just goes off and contradicts Katie left and right here. Oh, just remember, no. Tell us exactly how your son would respond. Right? It is so belittling, KJ. It is condescending to the max. The baby Jesus thing is belittling, says KJ Mack. Absolutely. It's terribly sad, Anna. Thanks for being here. Terribly sad. And it's utterly disgusting. Yes, I did put that in the end, Anna. Yes, I did. You're forgetting she also likes to tell us that we should be ashamed of ourselves. Them words are going to come back to Duchess big time, in my opinion. Oh, they always age horribly. And it's like they haven't even had time to cure yet. But they just, it's as soon as they come out of her mouth, Thanks. Hey, Jude, I'm horrible with I try so hard to do the different accents. It's terrible. I hope that makes it funnier that it's like really, really bad, and I don't want anybody that has an accent to get, offended in the slightest. But I also think, wouldn't it be great if, instead of doing this nonsense up here, like they like to call everything nonsense. So there's your nonsense. Why don't they do like I don't know, how to hide your kid box that you could, order from Katie in the mail, because she's so proud of herself for getting away with what she did. She's just up there talking on a podcast, right? Giving us advice, telling us how to raise our children and live our lives while her child's missing out of her care in her home. Unfriggin' believable. The chronicles of Shady Katie and her crispy stepfoot and their whole polishing turds crew.
And stress among caregivers, especially drowning fatalities following a wandering incident, remain a leading cause of death among those with ASD. As such, the National Autism Association provides direct assistance to caregivers, educators, and first responders. The Big Red Safety Box is free of charge toolkit given to autism families in need as a means to educate, raise awareness, and provide simple tools that may assist them in preventing, responding to.
Yeah, in my opinion, Hey Jude, Duchess is the epitome of a sheep in, wolf's clothing, type of, or excuse me, a wolf in sheep's clothing. Let me reverse that, because she acts like, oh, I'm all about the Aware Foundation. Yeah, they love her over there because she raises money and throws money at them, right, in order for her to go behind the scenes and do her dirt on the internet. She's the biggest two-faced liar out there. And then, as our friend Anna eloquently put out, she blames us, shames us, acts like she's so much higher and better when she's, she's a turd right down with the rest of the turd. She just polishes them up, and she's absolutely worked hard to, be an undercover psychopath. I mean, it is what it is. If the shoe fits, wear it.
To wandering related emergencies. And it comes with a booklet containing educational materials and tools like a checklist, a family wandering emergency plan, a first responder profile form, a wandering prevention brochure, a sample IEP letter.
So did you send that brochure to Katie? Did you send her that brochure so that way she can get it and make sure that next time she's about to lose her kid, she has that brochure? Oh, please. It's like so sick, right? A wondering. And she says it just like Chris too, a wondering. No, it's not wonder. No, we're wondering where Sebastian is. He didn't wander. Get it right, psycho.
A student profile form, emotion identification cards, wondering quick tips. It also has
Sebastian didn't need those cards. Sebastian could tell his emotions. He told his teachers that he was being abused. He told several people he was being abused. He told his grandma Robin he was being abused. He didn't need cards. He needed someone to listen. He needed somebody to see something, say something, do something. Maybe we need cards. We need them worse than Sebastian. Maybe we can send those over to CPS. Some cards.
2 GE wireless door window alarms with batteries. It has 1 road ID bracelet or shoe ID tag. It has 4 adhesive stop sign visual prompts for doors and windows. It does come with 1 safety alert window cling for a car or your home windows, and 1 child ID kit from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. This seems like it is a great resource, and if you qualify, if you have a loved one that is autistic, I encourage you to go get a big red safety box today. And look up all kinds of issues: family abduction, child sex trafficking, infant abductions, endangered runaways, online enticement. And here, the very first one, autism and wandering, right here. There were 481 children on the spectrum that were reported missing in 20.
All right, guys, really quick. I just want to read this to you with some logic. So in 2024, which is the year that Sebastian went missing, 481 children on the autism spectrum were reported missing to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. 74% of them were recovered within 1 week, right? So when we look at those numbers, that's saying that only 26% are still out there out of all of the children. So Sebastian is one of the 26% in the statistic from 2024 that has not been recovered or found, right? Because they're either recovered or found safe, and that's it. Of the children on the autism spectrum that were reported, right? These are only reported cases, guys, just to reiterate this, right? But of the children on the autism spectrum who were reported to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children in 2024, 62% of them were male and 38% were female. That I found to be very interesting, right? Because I would have thought it would have been the reverse. But actually, in 2024, according to these numbers by the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, 62% of the children were male And I think that the rest of this percentage, would I should say it explains a lot. I'll just say that it explains a lot. And then of the children, right? And we're just talking about children on the spectrum. So these are numbers based on just being on the spectrum. Drowning deaths are a major concern for children on the autism spectrum. In 2024, there were 12 accidental deaths. 100% of those deaths were due to drowning, right? So there was 12 of the 481, right, that ended up being an accidental death, but every single one of those was due to drowning, because we know that, and we've talked about it here, children who are on the spectrum in a severe way, it can be dangerous for them with water because they're drawn to the water, it's calming, but then they could also drown, right? And so I just think it's very important. I do want to say that Sebastian being one of the 26% of children on the autism spectrum who were not found or recovered, I think that speaks volumes as to whether this was premeditated or not. And I also think it's a very interesting statistic when we're thinking about how many children could be in that 26%. It's not a whole lot of kids, right? But Sebastian is one of them that has not been recovered, right? So either someone's hiding him, well, we'll just say someone's hiding him very well, because either way.
2024, and 74% were recovered within a week. And it breaks it
1
down
week.
between male and female, and how many of those were drowning. This is a 911 telecommunicator dispatcher checklist. I think that is
Okay, Chris and Katie, are you listening? No, but Duchess wants to sit up there and try to educate all of us on this when her buddy up there is the one that didn't call 911. I mean, seriously, bite me.
critical to have. And his mother believes that he is out there somewhere.
She's sitting there. Why can't she say that herself? Why is she quiet all of a sudden? Why are you her voice? Because Katie can't speak for herself all of a sudden? No, she's sitting right there. If she thinks that Sebastian's out there, why doesn't she tell us that? She doesn't say that's right or amen or nothing. She just sits there quiet, and she's not on mute, by the way, because you can see whether someone's mic is muted. Watch. Look at my icon, and you can see the little microphone has a line through it when I'm muted. Here it is again. No, she isn't saying a peep, just letting Dutchie go to bat for her.
And it's not if, it's when for her that he is coming home.
Happy birthday, Sebastian.
Yes, happy birthday, Sebastian. Katie, do you want to help us close out this stream? Is there any words, anything that you would like to share with Sebastian or with anybody that may be watching this or that might watch this on the replay?
Well, first of all, happy birthday, my Bubba.
Happy birthday, Bubba. Did you fall out of the bed? My son doesn't run. He's not a runner. He doesn't wander. Whatever.
But I can't say thank you enough to you, Nonsense, to everyone that is helping and supportive of finding Sebastian and bringing Sebastian home. Anyone that's listening or anything that is willing to help and to spread that awareness. I know I feel like a broken record, but thank you for sharing. Thank you for spreading his name and his face and that he's missing out there. And thank you for just one day of putting aside all of this craziness and just letting Sebastian be the focus and letting him be what is most important, because he is what is most important. He always is, and he always will be. And I just
And Katie, I'm gonna make sure that I do keep Sebastian, as I always have, as my main focus, right? TikTok, Katie, it's only a matter of time, right? It doesn't matter how much you try to divert the attention away from yourself. It doesn't matter how much time goes by, how much you try to hide. We're never gonna forget. And that's going to be a major problem for you, Katie. You might as well just lift some of that burden off of yourself and come clean. That's the best thing that you can do, right? Tell your lawyer you're ready. But instead you get up here and you try to trick everybody. 911. Yeah, you could have used one of those those headsets that day too, I guess. Chris had 2 earbuds. He said one in each ear, you know, but he still didn't have the wherewithal to call 911. So what's up with that crap?
thank you for it. Thank you in the future for sharing, for helping, and we're gonna bring him home.
Reach out anytime. We're here to help.
I'm gonna hold you to that, Katie.
You're welcome.
Sebastian Rogers has autism and disappeared from his mother's home northeast of Nashville in February of last year. His 17th birthday was this past weekend. Reporter Steve Mailing shows us how family and friends honored him.
My name's Kate.
A Hallmark limited holiday series.
Thanks to my friends, I'm going on 12 Christmas-themed dates.
For Seth Rogers, Culver's malts remind him of his son Sebastian, and the near 2 years Seth has spent searching for him.
Flyers get taken down. People sometimes think that he's been found, and he hasn't been found.
The now 17-year-old teen with autism went missing without a trace in February of 2024, and Seth has never given up hope that his son will be found.
It's my job and my duty as his father, as a parent, to go down every rabbit hole I can to find him.
All right, guys, really quick. I just want everyone to listen to this part. Listen really good for those people out in the nosebleed section, on the replay crew, in the bushes. Listen to what Seth says right here. Just listen to what he says, because this is so very important. And if you have a missing loved one out there and you're not willing to step it up, maybe you should get your notepad out and start taking notes from this man.
And friends honored him.
For Seth Rogers, Culver's malts remind him of his son Sebastian, and the near 2 years Seth has spent searching for him.
Flyers get taken down. People sometimes think that he's been found, and he hasn't been found.
The now 17-year-old teen with autism went missing without a trace in February of 2024, and Seth has never given up hope that his son will be found.
It's my job and my duty as his father, as a parent, to go down every rabbit hole I can to find my son, because at the bottom of one of those will be Sebastian.
I talked to Seth outside of the Clarksville Culvers, which gave away free malts and handed out flyers in honor of Sebastian's birthday.
This will be another birthday. It's going to be another Christmas if he's not found before then. Something that a parent never wants to actually have to go through.
Since Sebastian has been missing, Seth has led the charge in searching for his son, with calls from investigators seemingly going silent as time passes.
I've put over 36,000 miles on my truck in Leeds. I feel like I'm the only parent out here looking for my son. And that's sad. That's sad for my son to have been staying someplace and living somewhere where those people aren't even looking for him.
Leads that have taken him to Virginia, Ohio, Kentucky, Mississippi, and a handful of other states. It's an investigation he wants the FBI to take control of, a request he feels has fallen on deaf ears.
They may not like me saying it, but I'm invested. It's my son. They're not. It's just another person to them. I refuse to accept that.
He wants the community to continue to keep their eyes open, pass out flyers, and help him bring his son home safe.
If you are seeing this, Sebastian, phone number is still the same. Call me. I will come and pick you up. I don't care where you're at. If I got to get a boat, I'll come pick you up, son. I'm looking for you, and I won't stop until I find you. I love you, boy, and I will always love you.
That was Steve Mailing reporting. The FBI is offering a $50,000 reward for information leading to Sebastian's whereabouts.
I try to keep my thoughts out of these cases because it's not going to bring these children home.
Alrighty, guys. So the saga continues, right? We're still polishing turds here. We're still polishing them turds, you know. Detroit, it's heartbreaking. It's absolutely heartbreaking. But yeah, we're gonna be getting into more of this, you know, trauma versus drama situation because Katie put it back on my radar. See, and I had it off my radar for a little while because I figured, I had touched on it a lot. I talked about it a lot, but just seeing what has come out with Duchess and the level of self-righteousness, but the lack of self-awareness is astounding. There's no words that I can bring to it. So I'm going to show you guys through my artistic expression of the Polished Turd saga. That's how I roll, that's how I do things. Hey, Jude, right? If you don't have log off. If you forget to think, just log off, right? Hey Jude, when in doubt, and then go out there, sniff the air, touch the grass, right? Become one with the self-awareness, the nature, with life, right? With reality. Yeah, because if you're not thinking, that just amazed me, Jude. And I took a lot of the shaming that Duchess was doing and I took it out, right? Because I thought to myself, I can't stand to listen to this crap and it's going to infuriate people. So I took a lot of the virtue signaling out and I just left that piece in. But I still want to go over her timeline because in my opinion, she was not helping Katie and Chris in the slightest because she just made me think of and want to revisit everything on that timeline because there's a lot of holes in it and there's more than meets the eye on that. But I think it's a good thing that we can review it and I'll be working on a video to put that out too. Sharon says you covered this better than most. Thank you. God bless you all. Thank you, Sharon. I have to try to really change it up because I know you guys have had to hear this a couple times already and I even felt bad doing the video a little bit because of that. But I also think that it was interesting to see that comparison between a father who is desperate. Guys, those bags under his eyes, nobody does Seth's makeup, right? It's not like he's it's an act. I've seen it for myself. Seth is absolutely weary and tired. He needs to know that people care about him. He needs to know that we're not going to stop looking for Sebastian. We can't leave him out there to do this on his own. I am always going to stand by the ones that I see that are relentlessly searching for justice because that motivates me. It really does. When I see our friend Jana relentlessly going after people that she doesn't necessarily ever want to have had to go after, like the police department, for instance. It is an uphill battle with boulders in a bag and you're just lugging it up there. And then, when you get a little bit further, somebody puts another boulder in the bag. That's how bad it has to be to advocate in that way that she has been left with no choice other than to do it that way. Right. And it's admirable. And it also makes you want to stand with that person and tell them you're not alone. And I feel that way with Seth and I always will. And it literally broke my heart that I couldn't be there for the Culvers thing, right? It did. It broke my heart. I wish I could have been there for that. But I'm glad that, again, these beautiful people that we know as Jen and Jeff were there supporting Seth. Mr. and Mrs. E, another, more beautiful people that we know. And then we love our Aunt E here too, and Middle E and all the E's on Mr. E's Crimecast. They were there to support. People love to support worthy and admirable causes because, hey, happy holidays, thank you for being number 70, because they feel like they're a part of something bigger. It actually puts a good feeling, which people calls it the warm fuzzy feeling, right? But when you're a part of something that's much bigger than yourself, that's what we're all put here for, right? Because we all have something to bring to the table. So no matter what we believe or anything like that, I believe that we can all do something. And so that's why, even though I might not always agree with everything that's put out about Sebastian, I saw a lot of people covering him for his birthday. So good, bad, indifferent, ugly, fugly. I'm okay with it, right? And I don't care who someone is or what I don't agree with. I've shared Duchess's flyers when I see them come through, right? I always have. Even though her and I butted heads, we don't like each other and whatnot. I don't expect that she would like me. But there's also something that we're working towards, which is greater than all of our ourselves, and that is to find these children, to share these missing kids, to share these stories is really important to me. And I know that not a lot of people will ever understand that, but I'm not trying to tell somebody's story from my point of view. I'm trying to tell it from their point of view, which is very difficult, being the person who's trying to find out who these people are. Even Devlin Tate, I think that I know a fair amount about Devlin Tate, but I also keep in mind that I don't know exactly how Devlin Tate was feeling. And I'm on a quest to understand what happened to him and how he was feeling. And so I put myself in Devlin's shoes. And I'm going to switch it over now. But definitely, if you guys want to go watch that whole video without my commentary and just watch the memes and stuff, definitely check it out. You can see that on the channel. Let me get my big head. Okay, there we go. Jeez, that's a big head. All right, so go check it out. But I want to switch gears over to Devlin Tate. And just bear with me on that because I want to get my different background up, and I'll have to move it over. He's been missing for 7 months, right? Devlin Tate is a sweet kid. And this picture up here, I don't even care. I'm just going to put myself like really, really small over this so nobody sees the 5-month thing. I need to come up with a better. I have the other one, but it's of the bake sale. It's a hot button issue right now. I'm still gathering my information on it. So I'm going to cool it with the bake sale for a sec, but we're going to revisit it because I want to know where the money went. I'm curious and I'm going to figure it out. Okay. Just think of it like a Rubik's Cube. That's I mean no hate. I mean no disrespect to people's town, but I want to know. I want to know for Devlin, because there's been far too many people that like to put that, donation cup out, and then the money doesn't add up, right? So that means somebody's skimming off the top, off the back of this child, right? So Devlin Tate here, the most recent picture of him would have been in this, the one that's right behind me, where he's singing and he's got his headphones on. So Devlin Tate went missing out of Lake Odessa, Michigan on April 21st, 2025. He's been missing for 7 months. He has a mother who lives in Yuma, Arizona. Her name is Jessica. She's been on the show before. You can go back and listen to the podcast, and you can make up, your own decisions on the family members, because I'm looking at other avenues as well. He also, at the time, was living in Lake Odessa with his family, and Devlin has a very unique family dynamic. So he was adopted by Bill and Sandra Tate, and he was living with their daughter, Tamra, right? And so they had custody of Devlin since he was a baby, right? And they adopted him. And then Devlin was taken out of their care and custody at around the age of 10 years old, allegedly, and it was due to SA in the household. Devlin subsequently went to go live with other family members at that point, and he was bounced around a bit from then on, right? And when I say a bit, it was all within the same family, but he was being pushed off to different family members for a time. He was in the care of and under the guardianship of the girl in the Star Wars t-shirt with Yoda. Holla, that's Sabrina, right? We just love the Yoda in Star Wars here. Sebastian, because of Sebastian, and also many of us have been fans. And then you have the woman in the striped shirt is her mom, Tamra. That's where Devlin was living with the two of them. Sabrina also has a boyfriend named Will, who was also living there, as well as her little 3-year-old son. And I just want to say, when we're dealing with these families, guys, I do want us to remain respectful, and then, realize that even though we may not agree with Sabrina, or we may not trust her, or think that maybe she has something to do with this, she does have a little guy, and he deserves to have, privacy, respect, dignity, and he also deserves to feel safe. And if we, attack his mother, that he's going to feel very unsafe, and I would never want that. He is adorable. I just don't like to show kids a whole lot on here because of the psychopathy that we encounter. Yeah, Uncle Taco and his wife were also there. Yeah, thank you guys. I just saw all of this. Yeah, that's great. I'm seeing you guys talking about Sebastian and all the love that he got. Yeah, that's so cool. Sorry, that caught my eye there. Little Miss Sharon, thank you for the blue hearts and the prayer hands. I appreciate you. So here we go. With Devlin, we have a fractured timeline, and I'm working to piece it together. But the problem is there's a lot of jumbled up information, right? There's information coming in from Facebook, there's information coming in from TikTok, there's information coming in from YouTube. There is information in the comments on, on this, on that, people sending them to me, different things like that, right? There's two groups. One is Devlin Tate Informed, and the other one is Help Find Devlin Tate on Facebook, right? So there's just all of these groups and all of these people who are trying to find Devlin, and they're putting in comments and, all shapes and forms and fashions, right? So we have talked about a few of them, but I'm working on getting a clearer timeline because it's important. So Devlin ends up going missing the day after Easter. So we have Easter Sunday, where it's been confirmed by me talking to the person, or one of the people who was eating with Devlin at the church on Easter. He went up to the church in town on Easter and ate with a group of people. He left there. He went to visit with another community member, to probably wish them a happy Easter. He ended up going to meet someone at the park. Now, this is where I hope that people are listening, and not particularly you guys. I'm saying, just out into the ether, out into the internet. If you are Devlin's girlfriend, if you, Marie, did in fact meet Devlin at the park on Easter. Could you please have your mother reach out to me on Facebook? It's Trisha Chavez on Facebook, because I would really, or you can click the email link and just email me, but I would really like to get that confirmation that it was, in fact, one person and not someone else, right? Marie is underage. She's 16, so I would need her mother to reach out to me. That's just how it needs to be, and it's just respectful in the way that we're going to handle things here. But I have seen her in the comments. I can't imagine. My heart goes out to her. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of whether Devlin had a good experience on Easter, or if he was in a bad way when he got back to his residence, where he was living with Tammy, Sabrina, and Will. Right. So as the story goes, though, he made it home on Easter night. He woke up in the morning, and he left the house at 7:30, according to Sabrina and Tammy. He picked up his bedding from the floor. He was meant to sleep on the floor, made to sleep on the floor, excuse me. He pulls up his bedding, he puts it away wherever he put it. He went to use the restroom. He leaves the restroom and goes straight out the door. As he was exiting, Tammy was going into the bathroom and Sabrina was in the kitchen making breakfast for her son. Devlin was in fact caught. This is one bit of new information that I did confirm yesterday, that Devlin was caught on surveillance camera. And someone other than law enforcement has seen this, but I will say that not a lot of people have, and I don't think a whole lot of people will. Detective Castle is holding everything to the vest. She is not willing to come out and even do a press conference. I don't know if that is because they're operating under the assumption that Devlin walked off and kind of maybe, ran away, which is not off of my list either. Because to be quite honest, Devlin Tate was enduring horrific abuse, in my opinion. He endured horrific abuse even when he was being passed from person to person, because Devlin Tate was on Social Security. So people were getting paid to take care of Devlin, and they were using him, in my opinion, for the money that he brought into the household. As a matter of fact, the reason that I think that is because when Devlin Tate lost his SSI, when he was deemed to be emancipated and to take care of himself when he turned 18 years old, they were even taking his food stamps. So that leads me to believe that any type of come up, if you will, that this boy received in terms of extra support, which he greatly needed, in my opinion, he was taken advantage of, and he didn't have the money, right? He didn't have his money that he needed. He didn't have the food that he needed much of the time, right? And I understand that in this background, these pictures are of different sizes, and that's because, I made them bigger than what they are. But when Devlin went missing, when he's wearing this black hoodie with the watch on and he's singing into the microphone right behind me, he is thin, right? But you see him not too far behind that, where he is a little thicker. Hey, witchy mama, right? A little thicker, right? But when at the time of his disappearance, he was, tall, slender, about 6 foot tall, right? No SSI, no bedroom, right? A floor and a chore chart. KJ, bingo. And it's so very, very sad to think about the filth that he lived in. right? And the fact that he had no privacy and that he was living with, two female relatives is also has to be very degrading, demeaning, and, just I don't know what they expected from him, allowing him to have to live in that, situation, but then they expected so much out of him, even though their expectations on themselves were, very minimal. I mean, even Sabrina said she was getting paid to, take care of her mom through the state, but then she put everything on Devlin's chore chart. She was putting chores on his chart to teach him responsibility. So, I mean, even though her intentions may have been to teach him the responsibility, optically, if we look at that, it's like, okay, but you were just passing off what your duties were to him. And don't think that he's stupid and didn't realize that. That's what's very upsetting to me is that Devlin is described to me as being a smart kid that, kind of is very street smart and understands things, right? He would have to be to grow up in that person. Excuse me, grow up in that, I saw the word person and I said it. To grow up in that household, in that family, in that environment, even when he was being kicked around, right? Slender and clothes really slender under them. Thank you, Witchy Mama. Exactly. Yeah, he had lost quite a bit of weight from, one picture to the other. I mean, like I said again, one of them is shrunk down a little bit and the other one's blown up just to keep that into perspective. But yeah, I mean, you can tell there that he was eating better, or maybe he wasn't walking as much. But Devlin has always liked to walk. He has always liked to walk, which is a good thing. It's healthy, but then again, when you think about living in Michigan, it's limited on the time that you can be walking like that too, because I mean, it gets cold. It's I mean, there's just no debating that Devlin was severely abused. He was cut off from the electricity. The reason being, or the justification was because he wasn't doing the chores list, right? He refused to do the chores. He decided to go to town instead. So he said, I don't want to be around you guys anymore, right? And so there's all these situations that were really, really bad for Devlin, but there was also a whole lot of situations that were open to Devlin, that we need to consider as well. So one being that Devlin, did have, free reign, right, as an adult, emancipated to just do whatever he wanted, right? He can go wherever he wanted, do whatever he wanted. Um, you know, Nobody was monitoring him. And then he was also on foot, so unless he told you where he was, you probably couldn't track him down, right? Or, it's not like, somebody might spot his car. Although there would have been camera footage of Devlin, in my opinion, or more phone pings, in my opinion, which we're going to get into some of that, too, as we build this timeline through, because I do want to get out, more of like a documentary, again, about Devlin, so that way it's more easily to, it's more easy to follow, put things in a chronological order, and hopefully people will really share that out, and we can at least, start operating under some facts and some factual information. And I have also gathered a lot of information from the family, right? They've been, forthcoming with information. So with that, it's easier for us to get a clearer picture, of things as well. So, I do want to say that, you know, when it comes to what we've heard from Tamara, and Sabrina, they have been truthful with some and forthcoming with some of what was going on, um, even though they were minimizing it. Yeah. Yeah, like saying a supermodel is thin. Well, and like I said too, there can be reasons why people will slim down, because I don't think he looked like they were starving him. I hope not. I hope they weren't doing that. But I do think that they were being rude and withholding food from him. Like Sabrina said that they had a big old refrigerator out on the porch, but like Devlin was only allowed to eat the, stuff that Sandra would buy for him or what he bought for himself. And that's disheartening. I don't know about you guys, but there's sometimes when I want something more than peanut butter and a peanut butter sandwich, right? Like how many peanut butter sandwiches can you eat before you're sick of them? Same thing with the cheese and bread, right? Like, yeah, he could have made cheese and bread, he could have made grilled cheeses, but what about the butter? He didn't have no butter to use. Was he able to go get a pat of butter and put it on the frying pan so he could fix him something to eat? I mean, come on. It's incomprehensible. And then people want to argue with me about it. And I'm like, no. I mean, it's not up for debate at that point. It's sad. And I'm not talking about you guys arguing. I'm talking about just people in general. Yes, he didn't do chores to earn his floor. Yeah, where he slept on. Yep, the same room with Tamara there. Yep. It's just not appropriate for a young man his age, especially with the history. He needed secure boundaries. I agree with that, KJ. And he needed a space that if he did come home and he was upset about something, which is very normal. Again, I think it's a very normal thing to come home sometimes and then you're home, it's a relief, but then you're also still upset about whatever transpired. So it would have been nice if he would have had a space to go to where he could have closed the door. When we think about the sensory issues on top of this, and this is just such a well said comment too. Thanks, KJ Mack. We think about these sensory issues and wanting to flee, wanting to wander. Yeah, there is an impulse control problem with people on the spectrum as well to consider. That he probably wanted to just run away, right? He probably wanted to get the hell out of Dodge. He probably wanted to just like slam a bedroom door and say, leave me the fuck alone. He probably, I mean, if it was me, I'd go in the bathroom. Maybe I might go sit in that bedroom full of hoarded out shit, just to get away from them. But I mean, that's anybody, that's any family, that's anybody. Go outside, take a walk. That's why, and especially living in close quarters with that many people and that many adults. And Devlin was deemed to be an adult by a judge, right? But then his mentality was younger than that. Not like 7 or 8 when they were saying in the beginning, but a couple of years younger than what he actually was. And on top of it, when you experience sexual abuse when you're young like that, right? It changes who you are. Sometimes when you experience it, even as an adult, it can completely change who you are, right? And you need counseling and you need help and you need therapy. You don't need somebody to twist the knife more. You need help. You need concern, compassion, care. Has anybody heard any word on seclusion? No, Miss Ann. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Which she says exactly, KJ. I just read something today. Boundaries aren't walls, they are doors. Not everyone gets the key. I can't remember who said it. And that's it, Witchy. And not everybody gets to listen to, your horrible moments of the day, right? Like some of that stuff, maybe you want to keep to yourself because, maybe if you tell somebody like, hey, somebody did this horrible thing to me, you run the risk of them kind of, laughing or not understanding or, whatever it is. And so maybe there were certain things that Devlin wanted to get over, but he didn't have any space to do that, right? Instead, he's stuck on the living room floor with Sandra's feet and his face on a recliner. Just kidding. I don't know how exactly it was, but I mean, but it is. It's like it's cramped. It's that's what I see in my brain when I think about it, right? I'm like, oh God, he's like coming home, right? I just picture him putting his bedding down and then he has to sit there. and think like nowhere, he doesn't have anywhere to decompress, right? And then, he was forced to come back home by a certain time by the judge because he got in trouble. So boundaries are so important. Yeah, thank you guys. Boundaries are so important. Sammy, they don't ever say the level of his autism. I cannot get any confirmation. So this has been something that has been talked about in this case because they came out and put out a lot of different disabilities on his flyer to begin with, far too many to make sense. And I have not gotten any type of proof of anything different. It's kind of passing off things that are not true. And that comes from both sides of the aisle, by the way. I'm talking about his mom versus his adoptive family. So what I've really come up with is that we know that Devlin had a mild form of autism because he's super smart, right? He's street smart, described to me by someone who really cared a great deal for him, still does. And he was intelligent, but we know with autism, some of the simpler tasks or the self-care or, different, let's see, hygiene reminders, different things that he would need that maybe somebody who isn't on the spectrum wouldn't need to have, right? So, but the judge deemed him to be, he emancipated him from the family, right? Because they were trying to get guardianship of him after 18. They were, in my opinion, trying to keep collecting money for him and have the control over him to, pretty much like debo his money, right? Like they're just, in my opinion, that's kind of what it was. And, when none of them want to get, adequate employment, and they would just rather, kind of sit around the house and boss Devlin around. He was getting sick and tired of it. And then he also had the, okay from the judge to do as he wished. And that was kind of, in my opinion, could have been a recipe for disaster in that way as well. So Rebecca Hung is the best. I love Rebecca, or Rebecca Zung, excuse me. Rebecca Zung. I don't know if it'll let you spell it in the chat because I know. Thank you. Yeah, there you go. There you go. She is amazing. I love her. She's one of the best narcissist negotiators. I actually recommended her to Seth, like in a video one time. I remember that because I realized very quickly that we were dealing with Chris Proudfoot, a malignant narcissist, and I'm like, you're gonna need this. So maybe, I don't know if you ever checked it out, but yeah, I highly recommend anybody that's going through family court to go check out Rebecca. Rebecca Zung on on YouTube. So, but yeah, so where we stand with Devlin is that, he used his bridge card at this Carl's supermarket in Lake Odessa the morning he went missing, and then it's cloudy on the rest of the day's events, right? We have, hey, Debbie says what? We have a young man who was very well known from around the area, right? Very, very well known from around the area. And he absolutely was caught on camera every other day, right? So why wouldn't he be caught on camera this day? One thing that we have to ask ourselves. Another thing too that I think is important to recognize is that once we can kind of nail down some semblance of a timeline, because we do know that the phone pinged over at the trailer park, and a big problem with the phone pinging at the trailer park is that he did know someone over there, a parapro. But not only did he know the parapro, his I guess it would be aunt or whatever, Sabrina, the Star Wars t-shirt. She was the one that called him in, and it's right on the police scanner that's where she directed them to go look for Devlin, right? And that's where his phone subsequently pinged after 11 p.m. I found out a newer detail that it was closer to 11:30 that it, that night. So we're going to get some specifics lined out. But with that being said, there was also statements made, right, by family. And I think that is really important to remember and recognize. So we're definitely working on that. Again, the lead in Greenville, Michigan, I'm going to follow up on that later on today. So I'll be doing that as well as working on some more videos and building this timeline out for Devlin. Really quick, I want to switch gears over one more time, and I want to talk about Rebecca Park. And I want to show you guys this video because we're going to go over a document about Rebecca Park, and I just want to get you guys familiarized with what kind of monsters we're dealing with here. So maybe we'll just put our monster theme up. Oh, that's our morning. Well, I guess it's morning now. We can put this up. I mean, these people are monsters, yo. All right, hold on. Let me show you guys this. Gosh, okay, hold on. Sorry, guys. All right. I'm not canceling DoorDash. I like DoorDash. All right, and let's see. Rebecca Park is a 22-year-old pregnant woman who went missing out of, let's see, here we go. Oh, sorry, give me 1 second. I'm sorry. I was going to tell you guys the story, and okay, there we go. Sorry, out of her community also in Michigan, right? So this is another story out of Michigan, but she was pregnant, and I want to show you guys this one, I believe. So just bear with me before I show you this, because I want you guys to be able to see all these other ones. And this is just a quick one, but I want you guys to see the arraignment. Excuse me. There we go. Okay. And I think we can see that. All right, here we go.
Also making headlines tonight, the bizarre disappearance of a pregnant Michigan woman taking another gruesome turn. Her body turns up in northern Michigan, but the status of her baby is unknown. Where is this baby? Everyone's wondering.
Yeah, Rube, it's just an incredibly sad story at every turn. And who we're talking about is 22-year-old Rebecca Park. Her family says that she went missing about 3 weeks ago, and her body was found in a forest in northern Michigan in the Cadillac area last night. But the really tragic, even more tragic part of all of this is the location and condition of her baby is unknown at this time, and police are being incredibly quiet.
The young lady that was found resembles Rebecca Parks, a young lady that went missing on November 4th. And we are currently actively investigating that. That's a tragic time in our county, and hopefully this brings some closure to this awful incident.
So as we said, Rebecca's family confirms her body was found in the Manistee National Forest by searchers last night, not far from where she was last seen by her mother 21 days ago, 21 days earlier near Cadillac. That's up north, of course. Oddly, it's an area that had been searched before, but she was not there. Now in court a day later, her baby's father, Richard Fahler, and Rebecca's younger sister, Kimberly Park, they're facing charges unrelated to all of this. He's facing drug charges, and she's facing charges for tampering with evidence and lying to police. None of them charged with homicide. No one.
All right, there's the baby daddy. They didn't piece it together quite right with the news here because they probably didn't want to get sued or something. But either way, it's, this is the father, Richard, right? And he was popped for having, delivered a bunch of math, not arithmetic, right?
At this point, and that is likely to do with the fact that an autopsy hasn't been done. So we will continue to monitor that charging situation. I do understand that the victim's mother, she also had a polygraph test last night. Unclear the results of that polygraph. Now coming up on The Edge at 11, we'll take you inside the courtroom up in northern Michigan.
Yeah, I assume that during the autopsy, they'll learn more about whether perhaps the baby was delivered or whether the baby wasn't.
That's absolutely right. And there's some pretty horrific speculation going on social media right now. Obviously, this case has caught a lot of eyes around the country. So I would caution as you go and Google search this case, proceed with caution.
Yeah, Jessica, we know you'll be on top of it. Jessica Dupnack for us live tonight. Thank you.
All right. So major red flags, right? And then also Steph's Case Files went and did interviews and was talking with Courtney. So her mother, Courtney, and stepfather were arraigned, and his name is Brad. They were arraigned, and this is the arraignment. I want to show you guys this.
This weird placing gadget is quickly becoming.
But if you want to see it, the interview part of it, I did a video on it and I posted it, right, with just my commentary, memes and stuff like that. And so, just so you guys know, you can go back and watch that, or you can go over to her TikTok. I don't think she's one that takes down the live streams. I think she's, and she should be very proud of herself for the hard work that she did on this case. So, very large shout out and thank you to Stephanie from Steph's Case Files.
Becoming the most popular Christmas gift of 2025.
At this point, if you've been following my updates on the Rebecca K. Park case, you already know that Brad and Courtney Bartholomew have been charged in connection to Rebecca's disappearance and death of not only her, but of her baby. Right now, I'm going to be sharing some clips from Courtney and Brad's arraignment today. Courtney was acting crazy. Brad, stone cold, emotionless. It was crazy. Take a look.
On or about November 3rd, 2025, in Antioch Township and or Boone Township of Wexford County. It is alleged in count number 1 that you committed the offense of homicide, murder in the first degree, premeditated. That is a felony punishable by up to life in prison without parole, and DNA to be taken upon arrest. In count number 2, it's alleged that you committed the
Okay, guys, and I just want to rewind that really quick. Or no, I'm sorry. It's going to be coming up. I wanted to warn you guys about it, or let you guys know. So when he's read the count, he actually nods his head yes, right? Like he looks up and he's like, "Yep, that's about right." And I'll just rewind again. Oh wait, no, it's here. Sorry, my bad. Right here.
Take a look.
On or about November 3rd, 2025, in Antioch Township and or Boone Township of Wexford County. It is alleged in count number 1 that you committed the offense of homicide, murder in the first degree, premeditated.
See how he looks up? Right here.
That is a
Right? Looks up right here, premeditated. Yeah, yep.
that is a
And he almost has a bit of a smirk, in my opinion.
felony punishable by up to life in prison without parole and DNA.
Oh, and then I want to point out his little baby hair swirl up at the top. Reminds me of Chris Proudfoot, right? Because he's losing his hair, he's getting bald up on top, so he wants to put that little baby swirl in. I don't know what's up with that. It's very off-putting. Here's a close up on the baby swirl. There you go.
That is a felony punishable by up to life in prison without parole and DNA to be taken upon arrest. And count number 2 is alleged that you committed the offense of homicide, felony murder. That is a felony punishable by up to life without parole and DNA to be taken upon arrest. Both of those charges involve Rebecca Park. In count number 3, it is alleged that you committed the offense of torture. That is a felony punishable by up to life or any term of years, and consecutive sentence may be imposed under MCL 750.506 if the assault happened in a place of confinement. In count number 4, it is alleged that you committed the offense of conspiracy to commit torture. That is a felony punishable by up to life and or any term of years, and a $10,000 fine, and consecutive sentence may be imposed if it happened in a place of confinement. In count number 5, it's alleged that you committed the offense of assault, pregnant individual, intentionally causing miscarriages, stillbirth. That is a felony punishable by life or any term of years. In count number 6, it's alleged that you committed the offense of conspiracy to commit assault, pregnant individual, intentionally causing miscarriage or stillbirth. That is a felony punishable by life or any term of years and or $10,000. In count number 7, it is alleged that you committed the offense of unlawful imprisonment. That is a felony punishable by up to 15 years in prison and or a fine of $20,000. In count number 8, it is alleged that you committed the offense of dead bodies removing without medical examiner permission. That is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 1 year and or $500. Additionally, the prosecution has elected to charge you as a habitual fourth offender, which means that you have at least 3 prior either attempted or completed felonies in your past. That makes those felonies punishable by more than 5 years up to life offenses. Do you understand those charges and potential penalties?
Yes.
You also have the right to have a bond set. The bond is based upon the probability of you appearing at future court appointments, the seriousness of the offense charged, and the threat that you pose to the public. Historically, counsel, I show in 01 there was a forgery, 02 the receiving concealing, 200 to 1,000, 05 malicious destruction of property, 200 to 1,000, 06 driving the license suspended second, 06 driving the license suspended, 08 driving the license suspended, and 10 driving the license suspended second, 10 driving the license suspended, and 11 an attempted CSC 3, 11 larceny, 1,000 to 20,000. Also in 11 there's an attempted larceny in a building, a joyride, driving the license suspended, and another driving the license suspended. In 14 there's a fail to comply with SORA requirements. 17 failed to comply with SORA requirements as a second. In 21 operating without a license. 24 failed to comply with SORA. In 97 there was a set aside for receiving and concealing $100 or less, not shown in the CCH but on the local record. There is an NSF check over $100 from, I believe that's 2000. The driving the license suspended from 2000. 05, there's a driving the license suspended. 06, driving the license suspended. 11, driving the license suspended. And 21 failed to display the license. I have reviewed the praxis. The praxis scores him at a risk level 4.
Make lunch with me while I tell you all the things I do not do with my money and why you might be struggling because of that. The first thing that shocks a lot of people for some reason is that my house is only 800 square feet. And I like it that way. It's more than enough room.
Thank you. The people are going to ask the court to deny bond in this matter. Under MCR 6.106B1, the court may deny pretrial release to a defendant charged with murder. He is charged with first-degree premeditated murder and felony murder, along with several other heinous crimes. In this case, we have two individuals that created a plan. They conducted research. They brought Rebecca Park to their home. They forced her into a vehicle and took her into the woods where they stabbed her, forced her to lie on the ground while they cut her baby out of her, ultimately causing her death and the death of the baby. This is as heinous and as awful a case as it could be. And I don't believe there are any circumstances in which Mr. Bartholomew should be granted any bond. Thank you.
Thank you. Report that's
Okay, guys. So, lock them up and throw away the key, all of them, anybody that was involved. It's just purely disgusting. Sorry for the ad. I went and tried to make a cup of coffee real quick, and then I was like, wait a minute, this isn't the video. I was listening. But again, this is a horrific case. And when you're reading through the pages, like Detroit was saying earlier in the chat, like it is hard. I mean, I skimmed through it because I couldn't read the whole entire thing at once. No. And today or yesterday was a pretty full day for me. And that's when I saw it was yesterday. And then again, some more court documents came out today. It's just maddening. And to hear that, they did these things, luring her, all of these things, you could just see a community is in so much pain, and how horrible it had to have been to know that this all transpired, right? Yeah. Aside from the fact that they both had records prior to this, and just knowing that Rebecca's last bit of time on this earth was just so utterly horrible, right? Conspiracy to torture, carrying this all out, the cutting of her baby out of her womb is absolutely sickening. It's what monsters are made of, and nothing really tops that. Nothing really tops it. It's disgusting.
Based on the probable cause affidavits that I have read, the search warrants that I have read, and what's been presented to the court today, that Mr. Bartholomew does present his hopes of a threat and the flight risk to the community. As such, she will be held without bond. This is the case of the people of the state of Michigan versus Courtney Marie Bartholomew, case number 254994 FY. We're here for an arraignment. Ms. Bartholomew, did you have the opportunity to meet with somebody from the defender's office either yesterday or today?
I did.
I have a complaint that alleges that on or about November 3rd, 2025, in Antioch Township and/or Boone Township of Wexford County, it is alleged in count number 1 that you committed the offense of homicide, murder in the first degree, premeditated, upon Rebecca Park. That is a felony punishable by up to life without parole, and DNA to be taken upon arrest. In count number 2, it is alleged that you committed the offense of homicide, felony murder upon Rebecca Park. That is a felony punishable by up to life without parole, and DNA to be taken upon arrest. In count number 3, it is alleged that you committed the offense of torture. That is a felony punishable by up to life or any term of years, and consecutive sentencing may be imposed if it happened in a place of confinement. In count number 4, it is alleged that you committed the offense of conspiracy to commit torture with Bradley Bartholomew. That is a felony punishable by up to life and/or any term of years and/or $10,000. And again, consecutive sentencing may be imposed if it happened in the place of confinement. In count number 5, it is alleged that you committed the offense of assault pregnant individual intentionally causing miscarriage or stillbirth. That is a felony punishable by life or any term of years. In count number 6, it is alleged that you committed the offense of conspiracy to commit assault pregnant individual intentionally causing miscarriage, stillbirth. That is a felony punishable by life or any term of years. In count number 7, it is alleged that you committed the offense of unlawful imprisonment. That is a felony punishable by up to 15 years in prison and/or a fine of $20,000.
Populo's AI agents don't take vacations. They don't need onboarding. They just work.
In count number 8, it is alleged that you committed the offense of dead bodies removing without medical examiner permission. That is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 1 year in jail and/or a fine of $500. Do you understand those charges and potential penalties?
Yes, Your Honor.
On felony complaints, you have certain rights. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say or write can and will be used against you. You also have the right to be represented by an attorney during any questioning that you consent to, and the right to stop answering questions at any time. You also have the right to be represented by an attorney, and if you could not afford one will be appointed to represent you at public expense, but you may be required to repay a portion of that expense. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Today, do you plan to hire an attorney, represent yourself, or request the appointment of an attorney? The court will make a referral to the public defender's office for the appointment of an attorney who will enter a not guilty plea on your behalf and will set the matter for a preliminary examination. That's a hearing that's held here in the district court within 21 days. At that hearing, the prosecution will be required to prove two things. One, probable cause that these crimes had occurred, and two, probable cause that you were the person who committed the offenses. If the prosecution is not able to do that, the case will be dismissed. But if they are able to do that, you'll be ordered to stand trial in circuit court. Prior to the preliminary examination will be a probable cause conference. That's where your attorney and the prosecutor will get together to see if there was a way to resolve the case short of going to trial. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
You also have the right to have a bond set. Your bond is based upon the probability of you appearing in future court appointments, the seriousness of the offense charged, and the threat that you pose to the public. Counsel, the Praxis scores her at a risk level 2. In the defendant's past, I show in 15 the driving license suspended second, 18 driving license suspended, 19 allowing another person to operate in violation of the vehicle code, and 20 lying to a peace officer in a 1 to 4 year investigation, actually 2 convictions for that. In 05, a driving license suspended that was set aside. In 05, a financial transaction device fraud withdrawal 200 to 1,000 that was set aside. In 14, there was a driving license suspended set aside. In 18, false or forged ID set aside. On a local record not shown in the CCH, there is an 03 stray dog and an unlicensed dog, 04 unlawful plate, 05 attempt failed to record an accident, and 15 drive without a license, drive with a license expired, and 17 allowing unlicensed driver to operate, 19 allowing unlicensed driver to operate, and 23 false report of a misdemeanor. The court does find, based on what's been presented to it today, the probable cause affidavit I've read and various search warrants I've read, the defendant is both a flight risk and a threat to the community, therefore she will be held without bond. I am going to order.
Your Honor, I have a
No. I'm also going to order that the defendant not have any contact with Bradley Bartholomew, and I'm going to sua sponte go back and add that requirement to his bond conditions as well. Counsel, anything for the record?
No, sir, thank you.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, guys. So, there's a whole lot of hanky-panky going on in this case as well, because, they're all doing math, and then, her boyfriend's a supplier, but then he's also, in other, situations, right? And we're going to get more in depth with that as we read through all of the paperwork, but it's going to be, one of those nights that I'll pull it up and we'll read through it. Or I might just read it and then, play it in a video format, kind of like this. Because it is horrific. I mean, there's just no words to describe how horrible this is. And I mean, you got the comb over with the baby swirl, and then, these old people, you got this, this lady over here rocking the Eddie Munster, widow's peak pretty hard, and just all tatted up, old E right here, a skull. I mean, this is the faces of meth, right? Or math, for any buddy that might get a little bit they're mathematicians. Exactly. I'm sharing a lot of hanky-panky in this situation, right? And it's just like, crazy. He's got a Trev peak. Or she does. Oh Lord. Oh man, these people are Eddie Munster. I mean, right, little bit sure. Oh my, faces of math. Oh, definitely. I added those two in the beginning because it's quite the motley crew. And then you have, Rebecca, who's young and pretty, and I don't know if she was involved in any of that kind of stuff either, or what she was enduring. I mean, her story is yet to be completely told, right? And it's going to come out, and hopefully, at the vigil that they had, which I haven't had a chance to look to see about coverage on that. But I'm sure there were a lot of people there who supported her. She probably had friends. And I think those are homemade cutouts, KJ Mac. I think those are homemade. I don't think that shirt came that way. I think that was her handiwork. Holly, we got quite the crew here that we're dealing with. And, yeah, who knows about the ends of the jealousy, like Sam was saying earlier. My goodness. Baby Twirl and Eddie Munster. Shadow, oh Lord. The comb overs, the baby swirls, the mullets. What is it with these abusers and horrible hairstyles? I'm picturing baby. Hey, baby with the mullet. Oh no, I know, me too. And I'm like, what is happening here? And the predators galore in this, that's probably the park's finest right there. Sam, oh my goodness. And then listening to them talk, seeing them in different elements was very interesting. There's a lot to this case. A lot, they're on the pamphlets. Debbie says, what exactly? They're the poster children for, what not to do. And they have, fraud charges and umpteen. I mean, driving without or driving on a suspended or and whatnot, but it's crazy. They also have some pretty severe charges as well. But yeah, the judge said, no, not today. Right. Don't start talking, because it's not even going to be good for you. It's actually worse for you if you talk. And he didn't let her talk. And he told both of them, you guys are staying put right where you're at.
All right, thank you, Wexford. I will hold off on calling the next cases to allow the courtroom to if they so choose.
Court calls the people of the state of Michigan versus Courtney Marie Bartholomew, case number 254994 FY. Miss Bartholomew, are you able?
You'll have to slide. It's got a slide on the camera.
Ms. Bartholomew, are you able to see and hear me?
I can kind of see you. There's a thing in the middle of the screen, but yes, I can hear you.
All right. Ma'am, I have you here for an amended complaint. Your complaint is amended to correct the spelling of your name. Your first name was spelled incorrectly yesterday, so it has been corrected to amend that. But I do have to go through the charges with you again.
It almost looks like she modified her prison uniform or whatever they call it, because it's like she wants to show off that, that tattoo right there, right? So she just does that little swoop-de-loop right there. And before you know it, we'll have the cutouts here and right about here and, rocking out the Eddie Munster. Yeah, I'm blown away. I've never seen a prison outfit that I don't know. I just have a feeling somebody got her some scissors or something, special for her.
It is alleged that on or about November 3rd, 2025 in Antioch Township and Boone Township, that in count number 1, you committed the offense of homicide, murder in the first degree, premeditated. That is a felony punishable by punishable by life without parole and DNA to be taken upon arrest. In count number 2, it is alleged you committed the offense of homicide, felony murder. That is a felony punishable by life without parole and DNA to be taken upon arrest. In count number 3, it is alleged that you committed the offense of torture. That is a felony punishable by life or any term of years. A consecutive sentencing may be imposed if the assault happened in a place of confinement. In count number 4, it is alleged you committed the offense of conspiracy to commit torture. That is a felony of life or any term of years and a $10,000 fine, and consecutive sentencing may apply if it happened in a place of confinement. In count number 5 is alleged that you committed the assault the offense of assault, pregnant individual, intentionally causing miscarriage or stillbirth. That is a felony punishable by life or any term of years. In count number 6, it is alleged that you committed the offense of conspiracy to commit assault, pregnant individual, intentionally causing miscarriage or stillbirth. That is a felony punishable by punishable by life or any term of years. In count number 7, it is alleged you committed the offense of unlawful imprisonment. That is a felony punishable by 15 years in prison and/or a fine of $20,000. And in count number 3, it is alleged you committed the offense of dead bodies removing without medical examiner permission. That is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 1 year in jail and/or a fine of $5,000. Ms. Bartholomew, as I said before, those are the same charges you were arraigned on yesterday, but do you understand these charges and the potential penalties?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we will go ahead and continue the not guilty plea and the request for the appointment of an attorney, and we will set the matter for a probable cause conference. Mr. Hartel, anything for the record?
Your Honor, I knew there was a decision on bond just yesterday, but when I did meet with her earlier this morning, she did ask if we could address bond.
Ms. Carey, do you have any objection to that?
I do.
Mr. Hartel?
Thank you, Your Honor. I do, of course, realize and respect that these type of allegations are not required to have a bond set. However, I would ask the court to consider one. She does have strong ties to the community. She has advised me she has various medical appointments coming up that require CAT scans, other important conditions that I won't go into too much for protection for medical reasons. I believe yesterday I failed to mention that she does have a minor child that she's the primary caregiver for. I believe a 14-year-old boy, if I recall correctly. She would like to get home to him, help take care of him and her other obligations. I again know these are very heinous allegations. I would ask the court to consider applying as many non-monetary bond conditions as possible, and perhaps even a high monetary bond. I realize she's extremely low income, and a high monetary bond would be very difficult for her to reach, but at least then it would be a possibility, because she does have.
Yeah, and you know, she allegedly had a bunch of dealers that could probably get her that money if they needed to, right? That's the problem with that. Oh yeah, we're gonna you know, crowdsource, community, you know, source. What?
Friends and family in the community might be able to pool resources.
Pool resources.
But ask the court to consider it, even if on the high end. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Carey, you don't need to go into the facts of the case again, but do you have any comment regarding the request?
That's really briefly, Your Honor. No.
And really quick, guys, before I don't answer Deb's comment, because that was a really good question that she asked. Did this occur on federal land? No, because Manistee is not a national park, but it's a national forest. So it's part of Huron-Manistee National Forest, and it's federal land managed by the U.S. Forest Service for recreation, wildlife, and resource management. And so it's more of, you know, where people can go camping, hiking, and things like that on the Manistee River. So and I Googled that too for you, Deb, so I got the best answer there, because I know it would appear that, you know, it probably was on federal land, but it turns out it isn't. Great question, and thank you so much for asking that. Yeah, I can't even believe this. So yeah, is that what we call it? Pooling resources to get a red rummer out of jail so she can reoffend, and oh, let's give her access to another child. I mean, WTF, are you serious right now, right? Good defense attorney, but they have no regard for the victims. They're being paid to represent the monsters.
First thing I want to say is in looking at the complaint, I didn't notice it before, for the city township village, it says Antioch Township and Boone Township. The original said and or.
That's what I thought.
And I would like to correct that. I don't know. Write it down, or maybe another typed signed one.
What we'll do is I will accept that as a verbal motion, and I'll grant the request to amend it to change it to and or, and I will make the change on my copy. Ms. Bartholomew, just understand that the venue is in Antioch Township and or Boone Township, just so you're aware of that.
Okay.
A new amended.
You can send up a new amended one. We won't arraign her on that because I'll consider that done just now.
Thank you. And briefly on the bond issue, absolutely nothing has changed from yesterday to today. This, again, is as serious as it can be, and I believe the risk of flight, given these allegations, is just too high. I would ask the court to continue the remand or holding her without bond. Thank you.
All right, thank you. The court agrees that there's been no change in circumstances. While I understand there are some health conditions and the concern for a minor child, the fact remains that Ms. Bartholomew is, I find, a flight risk and a threat to the community. So I will continue to hold her without bond. Anything else, counsel?
No.
No.
All right.
Your Honor,
Thank
can
you,
I
Jill.
say something?
Mr. Hartel?
If it's only applicable to bond, I wouldn't be opposed to it, as long as it's not about the underlying case.
It's only about bond.
All right.
I am willing to work with the prosecutor. Also,
So I'm not going to get into
and
that.
also to have my jail sentence from this jail to my home where I would be monitored at your guys'.
Yeah, the problem is this all occurred, you know, in or around or at probably your home. So that's a major problem there, Chicky Poo. Major problem. Even a bigger problem than that hairdo. But yeah, guys, so she's like begging to get out, right? And she's showing more concern on her face now than she ever did when she was interviewing with Steph's case files, or, you know, not looking for the child that she knew wasn't missing, because she knew exactly where the child was, and her grandson, right? But she told the police that they better effing find her effing grandson. You know, that's real rich. And shout out to all the police and Wexford County Jail for dealing with this wench, and her lies and her manipulation.
That is something I have no control over.
Oh, and her foolish attempt at reverse psychology. Let's not forget that.
Where I am not most likely than not, I will not be your sentencing judge.
I just need to be able to take care of him. I'm the only one that has custody of him.
Is Bartholomew, I understand, but the fact is I've found that you are a threat and a flight risk, and I am not going to, at this point, I'm not authorizing a bond. Thank you, Jill.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, guys. And so this guy was released on bond, right? They lowered it. He was just charged with 2 counts of delivering the math, right? Not arithmetic. He delivered the math. And that's Richard Fowler. That's the baby's father. And then we also have Kimmy, who is her sister, Rebecca's sister. And she was also allowed to get out on an ankle bracelet. So she's rocking that out currently. Right. Charged with 3 counts, including tampering with evidence in a criminal case, lying to police officers during a violent crime investigation, and filing a false report of a felony. Kimberly Parks, ladies and gentlemen. And we're going to go over some more because they also had another appearance in court today. I did see the video. So we have a lot to catch up on here at the channel when it comes to Rebecca Parks' case. But just to let you guys all know, the 2 of these fools are out on, these streets. So, are the streets of Michigan. And they were able to attend Rebecca's vigil So like I said, again, we're going to get caught up with all of that. I just kind of wanted you guys to know. Um, and as far as I know, Brad and Courtney are going to be stuck um, exactly where they're at, hopefully. Right. Yeah, I was wondering if Kimmy had any guilty knowledge as well, Sam. Yeah, that's a great point. You know, what is with as soon as people go to jail, they can't they can't walk. Little Miss Sharon, I know. I know. With this one, she does have only one leg, and it doesn't look like she's got a prosthetic for that, but she wasn't wearing or she wasn't sporting the wheelchair when she was out there with, her husband Brad yelling at people who were searching for, her daughter. Right? And those are the aggressive behaviors that we see of the guilty parties, right? And that's what the problem is that we see these guilty behaviors and we can't unsee them, or we can't act like they don't exist. Once we see them, they're glaring in our face. So when we see the hostility that comes from Chris and Katie, when we see the actions of even these monsters that are up here, right? Rebecca did not deserve to be treated like she was by these monsters, by her family members. And statistically speaking, it is the family that is responsible. And I just kind of want to close with that tonight, because I encourage all of you guys to think for yourselves, in every single circumstance. And I encourage everyone who is interested in true crime to do the same thing, because we really can make a difference. Just because other people are, afraid to use their full potential doesn't mean that we should be. And I think we should be doing the most to find these kids and these missing people. They have loved ones. They are missed. They don't deserve to be, strewn about like, garbage, or, they don't deserve to be dumped somewhere. They deserve to be found. They deserve dignity. They deserve respect. We all do as human beings. And when there's an injustice in one place, even if it doesn't affect us directly, we should all be outraged. We should all want to do more. We should all want to help. We should all want to make it a better place for all of us, right? So when I see these things, it really does make me question humanity, and it makes me question, have things always been this bad, or is it just because we get this all in real time now that, we're seeing it glaring in our face? One way or another, something needs to be done about it. I think the big elephant in the room, is math, right? Not arithmetic. And I think that when we look at these behaviors, a lot of it is drug induced, in my opinion. And it's not me giving them a free pass by any means. Please don't think that, because I'm not. But I think it needs to be considered. And I think that when we let these delivery drivers, right, for lack of a better way to put it, Mr. Richard, out, we're condoning it, and we're allowing for more people to get mathed out of their minds and do something horrific to a beautiful little baby who was just made to be put out into this world. And that little baby could have made a huge impact and difference in this world. And now there's no chance at that. And I think that we need to value the victims, the human lives that are lost here, and not worry about the rights of a math delivery driver, right? Because at the end of the day, they're part of the problem, not part of the solution. And maybe if we put them where they need to be, maybe they can get some help and get off of that crap and, do something productive in the world, instead of being the delivery, driver. Right. Sam says, absolutely, lady. I'm so glad you're here for us night owls at the late hours. Thank you, Sam. Thank you so much. Yeah, I know. And I love doing the night shows. It's my favorite. But I will be doing some more day shows. What I need to do is just I need to kind of schedule them ahead of time. I think will make me a little bit easier. But I've also had a lot of unexpected things come up too, where I wanted to get back a hold of people too, just because some questions came up, and I wanted to get together with people on Devlin's case. So That's right. She can't run from justice, Joe. It's coming. It's coming for all these ones. You know, we had it served with this little monster behind me, right? Travis Decker. Yeah, boom, found him. He's done. Right? He's toast. Well, he's toast because of his own self. You know, and hopefully his ex-wife finds a little bit of peace in that, although all three of her girls are no longer with her. TikTok, Chris and Katie, it's coming for ya. Right? Same thing for whoever hurt Devlin. If someone hurt him, that is. Thank you, little Miss Sharon. Thank you so much. Yes. Oh, I so enjoy being here with the late crowd. You guys are the best. Yeah. So, Cheryl says, so my point is, how did she take her daughter down with one leg? They also said that she did have a skull fracture. So Kimmy was there because she said she witnessed her getting hit by the bat. Yeah, and that's the thing too. I don't know why they're allowing for Kimmy, but the only thing I can think of is she might have cut a deal, Detroit. That's the only thing that I could think of. But I think that's a great point. You know, there are no updates on Devlin, Stephanie, except for that we are absolutely still searching for him. There are people who are also boots on the ground searching. I did call in a tip that was left on one of the Facebook posts that was sent to me. And it was about, because I'm really bad about Facebook, guys. You know, I'm bad about Facebook. As a matter of fact, I just gave somebody my personal number the other day because I thought I'm never on here and I'm never going to remember to, you know, switch back over to Facebook on my other phone. I'm very bad about it. But I did hear that there was a tip in Greenville. I did send the missing flyer, so I will let you guys know about the update if you know they were able to identify if that's the person that looks like Devlin working at Dairy Queen is him or not. I couldn't send one over to the hotel because they didn't have an email, and there was a quite the language barrier. So unfortunately, I didn't get one over to that Greenville Inn place. But I did confirm that it was the Dairy Queen on Washington Street in Greenville, Michigan. And so I will do a follow up on that as well, Stephanie. And thank you for being here. This totally blows me away. I know, Cheryl. Oh, and I'm also going to be putting a video out about Devlin too, Stephanie. Just an update video on some of the text messages that were sent to me by Tamra. So I will have that update video. I'm going to post it here and on TikTok too. So thank you for asking that because it just reminded me again of that. Yes, I am. My headphones listening. If I don't type, I promise I got my notes for the pop quiz. Sam, that's awesome. I love all the people in the bushes too. I know we always have that joke here, like, I'm just in the bushes, but a lot of times people are in the bushes taking notes and stuff, and that's great. Thank you. That's right. I love those little hourglasses. That's right. TikTok, ding, 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 clink, clink. Go into the clinker. Go into the clinker. Don't think people have to understand that you can't just get away with this kind of stuff. That people aren't going to let you. The accountability level is off the charts, especially for people who truly care, yeah, Stephanie, I understand. You're very welcome. And thank you so much for being here. Hope floats. I see you in those bushes. Thank you. But yeah, it is heartbreaking. I did see one thing that I thought was cool is I saw 2 more TikTok videos of people that were covering Devlin's case. So I always try to go over there and say thank you. Just because he hasn't got the kind of exposure that, I think that he deserves. I'm absolutely looking for the girlfriend that he met at the park on Easter Sunday. So I don't know if anybody had any information on that. You guys could always also, I just want to let everybody know that if somebody wanted to reach out to me on my email, they could just click on it on my channel. It'll take you right to Gmail. So you don't have to type anything in. but if people wanted to come forward, or if this person, this girlfriend that remembers meeting him at the park, would like to give you more information, I don't always have to share it here on the channel. Actually, there's a lot of things that I don't share until the time is right, or until I think it's, important. I'm trying to build a timeline and paint a picture. Yes, and Sam, Easter Sunday is big, you know? Thank you, Shadow. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, Easter Sunday is big, right? And so that's where I'm stuck, right? Because Devlin was in a great mood, right? He went to the church. He was with the people that he enjoyed being around, where he felt safe. He even was given an Easter basket up at the church. So that was a good day for him, right? And he was able to get some hot food, and everything was, going for him. He was super excited to go meet this girl at the park. And Tammy told me that too. She said, look, he was really excited to meet this girl. And I'm like, well, do we know who she is? And, we were thinking maybe it was Marie, or maybe, but, then people were saying no. And then, we're just trying to find this mystery lady here, just so we can get a deeper understanding. And again, if it is you and you're out there listening, let me know, and you can remain anonymous. I understand. Look, this is, even when it's not a high profile case, when there's a lot of people that care in a small town like that, it can be hard for people to come forward. And, so I just wanted, people to know that, I'm definitely here if anybody thinks of anything. But if it's a sighting, please, please, please go to Ionia County Sheriff's Office and call it into them. Or, in the case where it was in Greenville, you might call the Greenville Police Department in that case, but always reach out to Ionia, because they're the ones that have jurisdiction right now. Detective Castle's awesome. She returns phone calls, right? I know that for a fact. So, and that's another thing. I really want to make sure that people understand that I don't want to bash law enforcement unless, they're not doing their job, which I think that they are. And actually, I want to say that I know, but of course it's all alleged in my opinion here. But just from my personal experience talking with people. So, and I'm just really hoping that we can find Devlin. And I think it's a very strong possibility that he's going to be found. And I always try to keep that level of hope and faith, because it just drives us to look for him. Okay, thanks, Stephanie. Good. Yay. Yeah, Detective Castle's awesome. I can tell she cares, and for someone, like on my level, because it would be very difficult for me to be a detective or an officer. But it takes a special person. It really does. But I'm like more of an empath, so that I'm like, oh, they really care, and that's what I value. But also I value the ones that are very tough and are, closed off as well, because we don't want to, mess anything up or tip anybody off. And that's a really big thing too, where, if I don't share information with you guys, it's not because I don't want to share it, or because I'm trying to like, keep things to myself, but I am to a certain extent, if I think it's going to, make somebody go out there and, potentially impede the investigation, right? Like, for an example, moving some items, or, that sort of thing. So, hey, Kylie's Nail Candy. Joe, you're too funny. Can someone tell me who's that behind Lady Freedom? Oh, okay, that is Travis Decker, but that's like one of his creepy pictures. Sam, he was the one that took his daughter's lives, Peyton, Evelyn, and Olivia, and oh my goodness, are they so cute. I don't even think I still have them on my thing. This one was just for our Monster Mash Mondays. I kept those because those ones are the big monsters. But no, and I've done tribute videos too. But yeah, he's the one that was that took the lives of his 3 little girls, and then he just walked out into the woods somewhere. Yeah, big yes, exactly. Yeah. Travis, isn't he strange? That one's like the scariest picture that I had, and I was like, "That one works." Joe says, "Don't make us talk to you, young lady. Drop that dime if you know something." Joe, that's too funny. But no, and that's the thing too. I want to keep everybody's privacy intact and everything like that because it's a really brave move to come forward, but also just please always get that over to law enforcement. But then again, also like I said, it doesn't hurt to send a flyer either, over there and say, hey, but again, too, because I don't know if Devlin just ran away. If I was in his position, I would run away too. And I'm gonna kind of show you guys that in the video that I'm gonna put out. um yeah, I would probably run away too, but did he? And then again, Devlin was very loving towards his family, even though his family wasn't always loving towards him. Same thing, goes for, some of the people that he knew. So, and sometimes in life we take people for granted. We shouldn't. So, but that's just human. Um, I know he's freaky, right? Sam, he's freaky. He's like, "Hey." He's like right behind me too. But yeah, that's our monster mashup Monday. I wanted to switch it over, but I need to make something for Rebecca because we're gonna be a background for her because we're gonna be talking about her quite a bit coming up. I want to tell her story the best I can too. Even though we're gonna see some justice unfold, I can tell, and the judge is not playing. He's probably not going to be the judge who will be presiding, but he's doing a good job of being the one where he needs to be, where he is. So, um, but it's a super sensitive subject. It is, and I saw something coming through. Um, Give me 1 second. She thinks she deserves it. Home and comfort. Yeah, and a rug done. Yeah, so she making new prison fashion. Hell no. KJ. That's funny. That is so funny. Exactly. Exactly. She's a nut. She actually thinks that you know, the judge is going to be like, "Oh, sure, we'll just get you set up at home." Yeah, sensitive question when Tamara was referring to daddy many times. Was that meaning the father related to SA? Yes, yes, it is. Yes, it is, KJ. Sorry, and I wanted to answer that, and I saw that earlier. I saw that earlier too. So good. I wanted to grab that up before I sign off here. Um, I feel like he's staring at me, Sam. Oh my goodness. Yes. Well, that's it too. That's it. All these kids are modeling the behaviors that they see and know, right, Kylie? And that's the biggest thing. Kylie says, "Wow, I just noticed the difference in Cooterfoot's cocky Sebastian will never be found attitude. Look at the arrogance on his smug head, in my opinion." I know. That was, you know what that was? That was when they were talking about the lights video. Look at his face. Yeah, he's like, "You're very correct." And then he did that face. It's terrible that I know that. It's like, oh gosh, I'll tell you. One of these days I need to make a Sebastian documentary. I just don't know if, I could post a 6-hour video. I would have to do it in parts and it would have to be a series with everything that's going on in this case that people need to be aware of. So Mr. P-Foot. Mr. P-Foot, sit down. Oh my goodness, that's so great. All right, guys. Well, I better hop off here. I got a bunch of work I got to get done too. And then tomorrow, um, oh gosh, I need to get our Christmas background together and we got to figure out when we're going to do our Christmas party. Last year we did Christmas bloopers, and I think that would be fun to do. Maybe something like that, but maybe we'll do a poll and we can do something, figure out for a Christmas party, and then what you guys would like to see on Christmas. If you guys want it to be more sentimental, if you guys want it to be more fun and upbeat, or we could do a little bit of both. Either way, I'm going to be doing a lot of tributes, to Sebastian and Devlin. I need to make Devlin some more updated backgrounds and stuff like that. Because we are going to be going full steam ahead on Devlin's case and getting to know, hopefully bringing us closer to what happened to him and finding him. So, again, please say prayers for Tina, our friend, who is Devlin's grandma. And then also please say prayers for our good friend, Captain Jules. She is amazing. And I really, 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 really hope that she's doing well and she's being taken care of, because if someone's not taking care of her, we're going to go find them. No, I'm just kidding. I trust that they are doing everything to get our Jules back. So let's just all say prayers. Let's say prayers for Devlin, prayers for Sebastian, and pray that Rebecca's story comes out to where she can be heard, even though they stifled her and took her out like they did. And let's hope they find her baby too. Yeah. So, yeah, absolutely, Stephanie. Thank you so much for being here. Yeah, I really appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah. So one more thing. What's Devlin's birthday again? His birthday is September. He turned 19 a month after he went missing, give or take. I want to say the 26th. Oh boy. I'm on the spot. I'm gonna think about. I'll probably remember it without. I want to remember it without looking, Sam. That's bad. But no, he's September, and I believe it was around the end. So yeah, because it was almost a month, I believe. Um, you never get invited to the parties, Joe. Oh my goodness. Yeah, there you go. I need funny now. I have a huge palate cleanse. I know, and that's the thing too. I don't ever know how people are feeling around the holidays, and so that's the only reason that I like to keep it light. I do, KJ, and we had a fun show last year. Like we just watched like America's Funniest Videos and stuff, like blooper kind of funny, slapstick kind of just silly funny stuff. But yeah, I'm gonna be working on getting some Christmas stuff, and then my background changed over so we can you guys can see me again, because I'm like, oh, I've just been a ball of research, so and video making. But you guys all have a wonderful rest of your day. If I could do an afternoon live, I will fit one in, but if not, we'll do night court again tomorrow night. So I love you all so very, very much. Stay safe out there. And yeah, May, Cheryl, it was May 26th, I believe, or 7th. Oh boy, if I get that wrong, I'm gonna feel really bad. So, but it was about a month after he went missing. So that he turned 19. So even though yeah, after Easter, yeah, because he was 18. Yeah, so but anyway, you guys all have a wonderful rest of your day, and I will see you soon.